instead of principles. Eventually, they no longer know whether their decisions are truly theirs or simply adaptations designed to avoid criticism. This is why inner stability matters so deeply. Real composure begins the moment approval stops controlling behavior. Not when praise disappears completely, but when praise becomes optional rather than necessary. There is a major difference between appreciating acceptance and depending on it emotionally. The first leaves a person grounded. The second leaves them psychologically vulnerable. Calm individuals understand they cannot control how every person interprets them. They cannot guarantee universal agreement. They cannot avoid every misunderstanding. Once this becomes accepted internally, something shifts. The mind becomes quieter. Speech becomes cleaner. Reactions become slower and more deliberate. Instead of desperately managing perception, the individual starts focusing on alignment between thought, action, and principle. That shift changes social presence in subtle but powerful ways. People trust those who appear emotionally settled within themselves. Not perfect, not arrogant, settled. There is something naturally convincing about a person who speaks honestly without anxiously searching faces for approval afterward. Their energy feels stable because it is not constantly adjusting itself to external reactions. Most individuals can sense insecurity quickly, even when insecurity hides beneath politeness or excessive friendliness. They can feel when someone is trying too hard to be liked. Ironically, that effort often creates less respect instead of more. Excessive approval seeking weakens presence because it communicates dependence. It silently tells others that emotional comfort matters more than conviction. This does not mean becoming emotionally distant or unnecessarily confrontational. Some people misunderstand detachment and turn it into performance. They become cold, rigid, and emotionally unavailable because they think indifference equals strength. But forced detachment is still a reaction. Real steadiness is quieter than that. It allows warmth without dependency. It allows kindness without self-abandonment. Stoic discipline was never about eliminating emotion. It was about refusing to become enslaved by emotional impulses. A grounded person can listen openly, disagree calmly, and remain respectful without surrendering personal clarity. That balance creates influence naturally because it reflects self-command rather than emotional instability. As this way of thinking develops, another realization begins to emerge. Many people spend their entire lives asking for invisible permission. Permission to speak honestly. Permission to set boundaries. Permission to take up space confidently without apologizing for it. Yet confidence built on permission is fragile because permission can always be withdrawn. The moment criticism arrives, the entire structure collapses. This is why external validation can never create lasting stability. Stability must come from internal alignment, from knowing what matters to you before entering the room, instead of discovering your values through the reactions of others. Once a person reaches that point, social pressure loses much of its influence. They no longer need constant reassurance to remain steady, and that quiet certainty changes every interaction around them. People often believe influence comes from speaking louder, reacting faster, or dominating every conversation. In reality, influence grows through consistency. The individual who remains calm when others become reactive slowly becomes the reference point in the room. That kind of presence cannot be manufactured through techniques alone, because people recognize authenticity. They notice when someone is performing confidence instead of living from conviction. This is why disciplined self-awareness matters more than appearance. A person who no longer depends on approval moves differently. Their decisions carry intention, their silence carries weight, and their words stop sounding like requests and start sounding like reflections of inner clarity consistently. Once approval loses its grip on the mind, another pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Most people live in a constant state of reaction. They move quickly, speak quickly, Answer quickly. Defend quickly. The moment emotion appears, behavior follows immediately behind it. Someone sends a message with the wrong tone, and anxiety takes over before logic even enters the situation. A small criticism appears, and the mind instantly begins constructing defenses. A moment of disrespect occurs, and anger rushes forward before awareness has time to intervene. Marcus Aurelius understood this deeply when he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." People call impulsive reaction authenticity because it feels honest in the moment. But immediate reaction is not always honesty. Very often it is conditioning. It is the nervous system trying to regain emotional control as fast as possible. The Stoics understood that true freedom begins in the space between what happens and how a person chooses to respond. Most people never develop that space because they surrender it too quickly. Their emotions dictate tempo. Their impulses decide timing. They believe confidence means immediate response, immediate certainty, immediate expression. Yet calm timing often reveals far greater discipline than rapid reaction ever could. A person who pauses before speaking communicates something powerful without needing to announce it. They show that emotion does not control their behavior automatically. They observe first, they assess first, then they decide. That sequence changes the entire emotional structure of an interaction because it interrupts unconscious momentum. You can feel this difference clearly during tense moments. Someone expects resistance from you, perhaps even an argument, but instead they receive stillness, not passive silence, controlled silence. The atmosphere changes immediately because most individuals are accustomed to predictable emotional reactions. They expect defensiveness after criticism. They expect justification after accusation. They expect emotional escalation after tension appears. When those expected patterns disappear, uncertainty enters the interaction, and uncertainty naturally shifts attention. People begin watching more carefully. They begin thinking more carefully. Composure changes the emotional rhythm of the room, because calmness under pressure feels rare in a world addicted to reaction. There is something revealing about people who cannot tolerate delay. Watch how quickly most individuals reach for their phone after receiving a difficult message. Watch how urgently they feel compelled to answer criticism. Watch how uncomfortable they become when silence stretches slightly longer than expected. Beneath the urgency often sits emotional dependency. The mind fears losing control of perception, so it reacts immediately in an attempt to restore certainty. But urgency rarely improves clarity. In many situations, it weakens it. Quick reactions often expose insecurity because the individual appears emotionally governed by the moment rather than mentally anchored beyond it. Calm people understand that not every situation requires instant engagement. Some situations require observation first, distance first, reflection first. That shift in timing changes more than communication. It changes identity gradually. A person who stops reacting impulsively begins reclaiming authority over their own mind. They no longer feel dragged emotionally from one moment to another. Instead of constantly being pulled by external events, they begin moving with greater intention internally. The Stoics practiced this form of discipline repeatedly because they understood that emotional mastery is built through small moments, not dramatic declarations. A delayed response, a controlled breath, a pause before speaking. These seem insignificant individually, yet over time they reshape the nervous system itself. The mind learns that discomfort does not require immediate escape. Tension does not require immediate release. Emotion does not require immediate expression. People notice this change even when they cannot explain it directly. Someone who remains composed during pressure creates a very different emotional impression than someone who reacts impulsively. Calmness signals stability. Stability creates trust. This is why measured individuals often carry quiet influence without forcing attention toward themselves. Their restraint creates gravity naturally because others sense internal control beneath the surface. Meanwhile, emotional impulsiveness often creates unpredictability, and unpredictability rooted in uncontrolled reaction makes people cautious for the wrong reasons. They stop trusting consistency. They begin anticipating emotional volatility instead of clarity. This is why emotional discipline strengthens presence, while impulsiveness slowly weakens it. There is also another side to this that many people misunderstand. Slowing down does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean allowing disrespect or avoiding difficult conversations. In many cases, calm timing creates stronger responses than emotional intensity ever could. A steady sentence delivered without visible agitation often carries more weight than an angry speech filled with uncontrolled emotion. The person who remains centered while others become reactive gradually shifts the balance of interaction without needing dominance. Their calmness forces others to confront themselves more directly because there is no emotional chaos distracting from the moment. And once people realize they cannot easily provoke you into losing control, they begin interacting with greater awareness around you consistently. One of the quietest ways people lose themselves is through the inability to set limits without guilt. They keep giving attention long after respect disappears. They keep offering patience long after patience stops creating anything meaningful. Modern culture often presents this as virtue. Endless availability becomes confused with kindness. Unlimited tolerance becomes confused with emotional maturity. People are taught that good individuals should always understand, always forgive, always remain accessible no matter how draining the situation becomes. But eventually something begins to fracture internally, not loudly, quietly. The person starts feeling exhausted around people they once cared deeply about. Conversations feel heavier than they should. Support turns into obligation, and resentment slowly forms underneath forced generosity because the mind recognizes imbalance even when the mouth refuses to acknowledge it. Seneca warned about this when he wrote, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Real discipline is not endless self-sacrifice. It is knowing when compassion becomes self-abandonment. You can see this pattern everywhere once you become aware of it. Someone repeatedly ignores boundaries, yet the other person keeps explaining, forgiving, and accommodating because confrontation feels uncomfortable. Another individual constantly takes emotional energy without offering support in return. But access remains unlimited because withdrawal feels too harsh emotionally. Gradually, the relationship loses balance. Respect weakens because endless tolerance removes consequence. People often treat unrestricted access casually because human nature rarely values what appears constantly available. This is why emotional discipline matters, not to punish others, but to protect internal order from unnecessary erosion. Calm people understand that boundaries are not emotional walls. They are filters. They determine where attention flows and where it stops. There is a major difference between kindness rooted in strength and kindness rooted in fear. Fear-based kindness usually avoids boundaries because it depends heavily on maintaining approval. The individual worries that saying no may create distance, disappointment, or conflict, so they continue sacrificing comfort to preserve emotional acceptance. On the surface, this behavior appears generous, yet internally it creates instability because the person is acting against their own awareness repeatedly. Strength-based kindness feels different. It remains compassionate without becoming self-destructive. It understands that care does not require endless access. Respect does not require constant availability. Sometimes the healthiest decision is quiet distance rather than endless emotional negotiation. And often the people who react most negatively to boundaries will benefiting most from their actions. What makes this difficult is that many individuals associate boundaries with aggression. They believe setting limits requires confrontation, emotional speeches, or dramatic separation. In reality, emotionally disciplined people often adjust access quietly. They stop overextending themselves. They reduce unnecessary engagement. They become more intentional with time and energy. No performance, no hostility, just awareness guiding behavior more carefully. This subtle restraint changes interactions naturally because people begin noticing that attention is no longer automatic. Presence becomes more valuable when it is intentional rather than endlessly available. Scarcity creates psychological weight because effort becomes connected to access. The moment someone realizes your attention must be earned rather than expected, behavior often changes immediately. There is another reason this matters deeply. A person who cannot protect emotional energy eventually loses clarity in every area of life. Constant emotional exhaustion weakens judgment. It shortens patience. It increases irritability beneath the surface. Many individuals believe they are overwhelmed by life itself, when in reality they are overwhelmed by unrestricted emotional access. Too many unnecessary conversations, too many draining interactions, too much emotional labor performed out of obligation instead of genuine alignment. The Stoics consistently emphasized self-command because they recognized that inner peace requires intentional management of external influence. A distracted mind becomes reactive. A depleted mind becomes emotionally unstable. Protection of energy is not selfishness. It is maintenance of psychological balance. As boundaries become stronger internally, something else begins to change externally. People start approaching differently. They become more mindful of how they speak, how they behave, how they use your time. Not because fear was created, but because standards became visible through consistent action. Most individuals adjust behavior based on what receives consequence and what receives unlimited tolerance. Endless accommodation teaches others that your limits are flexible. Calm consistency teaches the opposite. This is why emotionally grounded individuals rarely need dramatic confrontations repeatedly. Their behavior establishes expectation long before words become necessary. Presence itself communicates standards because actions remain aligned over time. Even after people learn how to create boundaries, many still remain emotionally trapped by one final habit: the constant need to explain themselves completely, the need to clarify every decision, justify every action, and resolve every misunderstanding before discomfort has time to settle. It often sounds reasonable on the surface because clarity appears responsible. People tell themselves they are simply communicating openly. But beneath excessive explanation, there is usually something deeper happening emotionally. The fear of being judged incorrectly, the fear of disappointing someone, the fear of losing approval because another person interpreted their actions negatively. And once that fear takes control, speech stops becoming intentional and starts becoming defensive. Words begin serving emotional protection instead of honest communication. This is why many conversations feel exhausting without obvious conflict ever appearing. A simple statement turns into a long explanation. A small disagreement becomes a detailed defense of character and intention. Someone asks a brief question and receives 10 minutes of emotional clarification in response. Most people do not realize how much insecurity leaks through over-explanation because the behavior feels socially acceptable. Yet calm individuals can sense it immediately. The energy behind the words feels unsettled. There is an urgency inside the communication itself, a hidden need to regain emotional certainty through reassurance. And ironically, the harder someone tries to control how they are perceived, the less grounded they begin to appear. Many people are uncomfortable with unresolved tension because unresolved tension forces them to sit with uncertainty. The mind wants immediate resolution, immediate reassurance, immediate emotional relief. That is why someone sends long messages after a conversation ends awkwardly. That is why they replay interactions repeatedly in their head, searching for better wording. That is why they continue explaining themselves even after the other person has already stopped listening emotionally. They believe closure will restore internal peace. Yet peace built on external understanding is fragile because understanding cannot be fully controlled. Real steadiness appears when a person no longer depends on perfect perception to remain emotionally settled within themselves. There is a quiet strength in saying only what needs to be said and then allowing silence to exist afterward. Most individuals underestimate how much weight restraint can carry. A concise answer delivered calmly often feels stronger than a long emotional defense because restraint communicates confidence internally. It shows that the person is not panicking emotionally beneath the conversation. They are not scrambling to repair every possibility of misunderstanding. They are grounded enough to let their words stand on their own. Epictetus expressed this simply. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. This does not mean becoming vague or emotionally unavailable. It means removing unnecessary emotional overflow from communication. The more disciplined speech becomes, the more impact it tends to carry naturally. You can notice this difference clearly in people who remain composed during disagreement. One person rushes to explain motives repeatedly, trying to make sure they are seen positively from every possible angle. Another person listens carefully, responds briefly, and allows the interaction to settle without excessive defense. The second presence usually feels calmer and more stable because their emotional state is not fully dependent on controlling perception. They trust themselves enough to tolerate temporary misunderstanding. Tolerance creates psychological steadiness because emotional energy is no longer consumed by constant reputation management. Instead of trying to force clarity emotionally, they allow time and consistency to shape perception naturally. This is where many people confuse restraint with manipulation. They assume that saying less is some form of strategy designed to create mystery artificially. But genuine restraint is not performance, it is emotional control. There is a major difference between intentionally hiding yourself and simply refusing to overexpose every thought impulsively. Calm people understand that constant self-disclosure weakens emotional presence because nothing remains grounded internally. Every insecurity becomes externalized immediately. Every fear becomes verbalized instantly. Every discomfort becomes explained before it can even be understood clearly. Over time, this creates emotional noise. The individual loses the ability to sit quietly with their own thoughts without needing external reassurance to stabilize them. The Stoics practiced restraint because they valued inner order more than emotional reaction. They understood that disciplined speech protects clarity. Words spoken impulsively often create consequences that silence never would have created. This is why emotionally grounded individuals pause before speaking unnecessarily. They observe before explaining. They think before reacting. And slowly, their presence begins carrying a different kind of weight. People listen more carefully because the words are intentional instead of excessive. Silence becomes part of communication rather than something feared emotionally. And when silence stops feeling threatening internally, interactions become calmer, cleaner, and more powerful without force. Eventually, a person begins realizing that not every misunderstanding deserves correction, not every opinion deserves response, not every uncomfortable interaction requires emotional resolution before moving forward. That realization changes behavior deeply because emotional energy stops leaking through unnecessary explanation. The mind becomes less desperate to control how every person feels about them. And once that desperation disappears, communication transforms naturally. Speech becomes more measured, reactions become more stable, presence becomes quieter but stronger at the same time. Because disciplined words carry gravity, precisely because they are not being used to chase emotional safety constantly anymore. Once awareness begins sharpening internally, conversations stop feeling random. Patterns become visible everywhere. Small reactions start revealing much larger truths about people. The way someone responds to silence, the way someone reacts when they are interrupted, the way someone changes their tone around authority, attention, or disapproval. Most individuals move through social situations unconsciously, focused only on the surface level exchange of words, but underneath every interaction, there is another layer unfolding quietly. Emotional positioning is constantly shifting. Energy is constantly being exchanged. And the people who understand this rarely need to dominate conversations loudly because they recognize that influence is usually established through subtler behavior. Watch carefully and something becomes obvious. The person who constantly seeks reassurance almost always gives away emotional leverage first. They explain too much, they adjust too quickly, they work harder than everyone else to maintain emotional comfort inside the interaction. Over time, this creates imbalance because effort itself communicates positioning. The one investing excessive emotional energy often becomes psychologically dependent on the outcome of the conversation. Meanwhile, the calmer individual remains centered regardless of how the interaction unfolds. That emotional steadiness changes perception naturally. People trust composure because composure suggests internal stability, not perfection. Stability. And stability affects every social dynamic more deeply than most realize. The Stoics valued observation because observation creates distance between awareness and impulse. The moment emotion stops controlling perception completely, clarity increases. You begin noticing behaviors that once seemed invisible. One person interrupts constantly because they need control emotionally. Another apologizes before speaking because they fear taking up space. Someone laughs after every serious sentence because tension makes them uncomfortable internally. Another person keeps over-explaining small details because silence creates anxiety. None of these behaviors appear dramatic on the surface, yet together they reveal emotional structure beneath personality. This is why awareness matters. The more consciously you observe interactions, the less likely you are to become emotionally pulled into unconscious patterns yourself. Most people underestimate how much influence is shaped through consistency rather than force. Loud dominance attracts attention temporarily, but steady presence shapes long-term perception more effectively. A person who remains calm during disagreement slowly becomes emotionally difficult to move. Others begin adjusting around them naturally because their reactions remain measured instead of impulsive. This is one reason emotionally reactive individuals often struggle to maintain influence consistently. Their behavior changes too much depending on mood, pressure, or approval. Stability disappears. And without stability, trust weakens over time. People may respond to emotional intensity at the moment, but internally they remain cautious around unpredictability. Calm consistency creates a very different emotional atmosphere. You can feel this difference in conversations where one person desperately tries to be understood, while the other remains internally settled regardless of agreement. The first individual often speaks more, yet carries less psychological weight because their emotional state appears tied to acceptance. The second individual may say less, but their words land differently because they are not speaking from emotional urgency. They are speaking from clarity. This distinction matters deeply because communication is shaped as much by emotional energy as by language itself. People respond not only to words, but to the emotional condition beneath those words. Calmness creates trust. Desperation creates tension. And over time, these emotional signals quietly shape social hierarchy, without most people ever consciously noticing it. As awareness develops further, effort imbalance becomes impossible to ignore. One person constantly initiates contact, keeps conversations alive, reassures repeatedly, and adapts endlessly just to maintain connection. Another person contributes little while receiving enormous emotional investment in return. This imbalance exists in friendships, relationships, workplaces, and even families. Yet many individuals continue participating in these dynamics unconsciously because they fear losing connection if they stop overextending themselves emotionally. The problem is that excessive emotional effort often lowers perceived value instead of increasing it. Human nature tends to respect what appears grounded, not what appears desperate to be accepted. This is why restraint matters, not as manipulation, but as self-respect expressed through behavior. Stoic discipline strengthens this awareness because it trains the mind to observe before reacting emotionally. Instead of entering every conversation seeking approval, reassurance, or emotional certainty, the individual begins observing balance itself. Who listens carefully and who only waits to speak. Who respects boundaries and who constantly tests them. Who remains composed and who becomes reactive the moment tension appears. These observations create clarity because they reveal where emotional energy should and should not be invested. Calm people become selective naturally, not out of arrogance, but out of understanding. Attention shapes emotional life, and once someone recognizes this fully, they stop distributing attention carelessly. This shift changes relationships quietly but significantly. A person who once entered interactions emotionally unguarded begins moving with greater awareness. They stop trying to rescue every conversation emotionally. They stop over-correcting tension unnecessarily. They stop chasing understanding from people unwilling to offer it sincerely. Instead of reacting impulsively to every emotional signal, they remain more centered within themselves. That steadiness changes how others behave around them because unconscious patterns no longer receive automatic participation. Emotional manipulation loses effectiveness when reactions become intentional rather than predictable. There is enormous power in becoming difficult to emotionally control. Not because control over others becomes the goal, but because inner stability prevents external behavior from constantly dictating your state of mind. Most manipulation succeeds through emotional urgency. Pressure someone emotionally enough, and they often abandon clarity just to restore comfort. But people who remain grounded under pressure interrupt that cycle. They create space between stimulus and reaction consistently. That space protects judgment, it protects identity, and eventually it changes presence itself. Others begin sensing that emotional chaos no longer easily pulls you away from yourself. And once that becomes visible consistently, interactions begin unfolding very differently around you naturally. Eventually, all of these patterns lead to one final understanding that changes the way a person moves through the world. Reputation is being built constantly, even during moments that feel insignificant. Every reaction teaches people what to expect from you. Every emotional impulse repeated often enough becomes part of your identity in the minds of others. Most individuals think reputation is shaped through major achievements or dramatic moments, yet perception usually forms through repetition instead, through ordinary interactions, through emotional habits, through the small behaviors people witness again and again over time. This is why some individuals walk into a room and immediately receive respect without demanding it, while others continuously struggle to be taken seriously no matter how hard they try. The difference is rarely appearance alone. It is emotional consistency accumulated across countless moments. The Stoics believed character becomes most visible under pressure because pressure removes performance. Anyone can appear calm when circumstances are comfortable. Anyone can appear disciplined when nothing challenges them emotionally. But tension exposes patterns quickly. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The true man is revealed in difficult times." A person who loses control whenever frustration appears eventually becomes known for instability. Someone who constantly seeks approval becomes associated with uncertainty. Another individual who consistently remains grounded during discomfort gradually creates a different impression entirely. People begin expecting steadiness from them, and expectation shapes social behavior more powerfully than others associate you with emotional discipline, interactions begin changing before conversations even start. Most people never consciously define the reputation they are creating. They move emotionally from moment to moment, considering what their repeated reactions communicate over time. A single emotional outburst may seem temporary, but repeated enough, it becomes part of how others perceive your nature. The same applies to boundaries. If disrespect is tolerated consistently, people slowly assume offset has no real effect. If standards disappear whenever pressure appears, others begin accepting flexibility rather than firmness. Human beings learn how to treat one another largely through patterns, not speeches, not intentions, patterns. This is why disciplined behavior matters more than temporary performance. Consistency teaches people what your presence represents. You can see this clearly in people who naturally command quiet respect. Often they are not the loudest individuals in the room. They are not constantly demanding attention or trying to dominate every interaction. What separates them is predictability of character. They respond calmly under stress. They do not overreact emotionally to minor tension. Their words remain measured even during disagreement. Over time, others stop testing them unnecessarily because their standards have become visible through repeated behavior. This creates a subtle form of influence that feels almost effortless externally, yet it was built slowly through disciplined repetition internally. There is an important distinction here that many people misunderstand. Reputation is not about creating a false image. It is not about performing confidence artificially or manipulating perception through calculated behavior. Eventually, performance collapses because inconsistency exposes it. Real influence grows when external behavior aligns naturally with internal discipline. The individual is not pretending to be grounded. They have trained themselves to remain grounded repeatedly. They are not pretending to value boundaries. Their actions consistently reinforce those boundaries over time. This is why authenticity carries psychological weight. People sense congruence. They notice when someone's reactions remain stable, regardless of pressure, approval, or discomfort. That steadiness creates trust because it removes uncertainty from the interaction. As emotional discipline strengthens, another change begins happening quietly. The individual stops feeling the need to constantly prove themselves. Many people spend years trying to force respect through explanation, validation seeking, emotional intensity, or endless self-presentation. But genuine respect rarely grows through force. It develops gradually when behavior becomes internally consistent enough that others begin adjusting automatically. Calm standards create invisible structure around a person. Others begin recognizing what behavior receives access and what behavior creates distance. No dramatic confrontation is necessary because the pattern itself becomes clear. This is one reason emotionally grounded individuals often appear naturally authoritative without trying to appear dominant. The opposite is also true. Emotional inconsistency weakens perception over time, even if someone possesses intelligence, talent, or good intentions. A person who reacts impulsively one day and calmly the next creates uncertainty. Another who constantly changes standards depending on approval creates confusion. People stop trusting emotional reliability because the behavior feels unstable. Instability affects influence deeply. Human beings are drawn toward emotional steadiness because steadiness creates psychological safety. This is why composure carries such quiet power socially. It signals that circumstances do not completely control the individual internally. Their behavior remains intentional rather than purely reactive. Over time, disciplined presence begins shaping environments before words are even exchanged. People become more careful with disrespect, more aware of boundaries, more attentive during conversation, not because fear was created, but because emotional patterns established expectation clearly. The individual no longer needs to explain standards constantly because those standards are already reflected consistently through behavior. This is what many people misunderstand about influence. Real influence often becomes quieter as it grows stronger. Less force is required because perception has already been shaped through repetition. Others anticipate the response before the situation even develops fully. Eventually, reputation stops feeling like something external and starts becoming a reflection of internal order. The person is no longer acting disciplined occasionally. Discipline has become integrated into identity itself. Calmness becomes natural instead of performed. Boundaries become instinctive instead of rehearsed. Emotional steadiness becomes recognizable before a single sentence is spoken. And once this level of consistency develops, social dynamics begin shifting almost automatically. People test less, pressure less, and dismiss less, because behavior has already communicated what kind of treatment will and will not be accepted. That is why truly grounded individuals rarely need to announce their strength. Their presence teaches it long before words ever attempt to explain it. In the end, the strongest people are not the loudest, the coldest, or the most feared. They are the ones who remain steady when emotions try to pull them away from themselves. The ones who no longer need constant approval to feel secure. The ones who can sit in silence, hold their ground calmly, and move through life without abandoning their principles just to be accepted. That kind of strength is quiet, but it changes everything. If this message stayed with you, take a moment and watch one of the videos on your screen right now. Keep building the mindset that protects your peace, sharpens your discipline, and strengthens your presence. And thank you for being part.
I'm starting to get really upset about this David situation and his efforts. What I think is David's team, David's supporters, people connected to David, and perhaps even his legal team, to muddy the waters and refocus the blame away from the man who allegedly murdered S8 and dismembered a little girl, and towards the little girl's family, basically saying, no, they were such bad parents that the little girl deserved it. They're the reason. They basically created the conditions for David to murder. It's really their fault. They basically were asking for this to happen. I think this line of reasoning is absolutely disgusting, and I've been fighting tooth and nail against this Discord, r/Davidiots, which is the most popular not Discord, the most popular David Reddit thread, Reddit subreddit, whatever you want to call it, out right now. But the problem is, and I basically exposed a bunch of people. I basically led to 2 mods disappearing that were moderating this subreddit. And I called them out and I said, you guys are specifically protecting David's family. They made it so you're not allowed to say anything bad about David's little brother, right? So you're not allowed to say anything bad about David's little brother who was seen bringing the victim backstage. I'll show you again. So this was the footage, right? This is David's brother Caleb. There is Caleb taking the little girl who was murdered by his brother backstage. So you're not allowed to talk about this, you're not allowed to mention this, you're not allowed to point the finger at the creep, right? That was taking a minor backstage for his brother. We're not allowed to talk about this over on Davidiots, complete ban talking about David's brother. But what we are allowed to do is absolutely trash Celeste's family, point the finger at the family, and basically absolve David of all criticism. Now, I saw this post today, and I thought this was absolutely disgusting. And this summed up absolutely everything about what I've been saying about Davidiots, okay? They're pointing the blame at Celeste's family, and they're trying their best to clean up the situation for David. I think it's his legal team or a PR crisis management team that are doing this, okay? I'm sure they're watching this. You cooked, right? We've rumbled you guys. It's only a matter of time before everyone works it out. But this post is absolutely disgusting. And I told you guys before, there have been efforts to basically say, oh, because Celeste's family didn't call the police 24/7 non-stop trying to find their daughter, they basically wanted this to happen, right? So now they're posting, they're saying during Celeste's missing timeline, her mother posted her twice out of 662 posts. 20 plus posts about other missing children. Yes, I counted, all right? So this is Dora Hernandez. Celeste Hernandez is my niece, missing this morning. I do not get to classes in Lake Elsinore, California. She's 13 years old. If anyone's seen her, contact me or her parents, Mercedes Martinez, or call the police. Please share the family photos. We love you. We trust in God that you will appear. And we wait for you, right? So they're saying that this is the mother, and they're saying that basically, you see, this is the thing. You're not allowed to talk about David's brother. Music big trash, but we're doxing the mother and we're posting her Facebook post, and we're posting this. She was posting about other missing children and not Celeste. There were posters put up all over the neighborhood looking for Celeste, right? Her child's missing. She's worried about other missing children in the community. What on earth is wrong with this? All right, nothing wrong with this. They're saying she posted other kids more than her own daughter. Well, so fucking what? She posted her own daughter. Her posters all around the neighborhood, and she didn't come back. So how much more can you do? Right? And that's Celeste. Yes, Celeste was posting. She was posting her own daughter. She was posting other people's children that were missing. She wanted people to find their children and she wanted her child to be found. She had done plenty of posting. Right? She'd done plenty of posting. But this is basically somebody saying, I've seen the hate and I decided to join in. So, just so I think this post is disgusting. The fact that this is allowed on Davidiots, but criticism of David's brother for releasing a strong capitalizer on the murder of this child, that's not allowed. Can't possibly criticize Caleb. So this time, probably working for David, said, I've been seeing a lot of hate towards Celeste's family, so I decided to do my own digging to my own conclusion. The first picture of Celeste's mom's post tagging Celeste's mom, so I went to her Facebook. This is 100% Celeste's mom, so I started scrolling all her public posts. And she's super active on Facebook. As I'm scrolling, I start seeing all these posts about missing people and children she reposts. From February 2024 to September 2025, the time Celeste was missing, she only had 2 public posts of Celeste saying she's missing and 662 public posts during that time frame. Over 20 of the posts of people and other people's children who are missing. I found this incredibly weird and sickening. This post is weird and sickening. The amount of public posts you have until you're missing daughter. What about they were looking for her? What about her calling people and trying to get back? What about the fact that they apparently contacted David and lied to them? And you can be an advocate for other people's missing children, but not even what she was. 2 examples. This is interesting. If your daughter is truly missing, wouldn't you be posting about it every day, asking people for help, and how keeping their story alive so she doesn't find out over thousands of missing children cases that go unsolved? We've all seen kids' parents going on the news having their social media crossed with their missing children until they're found. But what does Celeste not do in this period if your daughter is missing? Post about world events, comedy, and other people's missing children. Yes, people can have a life and other interests while their child's missing. They can't just. What are you talking about? She's posted other things. She wants to help other people find their children. I think the most disturbing thing I've seen is that even if her mum knew about her relationship with David, she was fine with it, had no communication with her daughter. Even when Celeste passed away and literally could not communicate with her April 2025 to September 2025, the mum does not post a single thing about Celeste, and she's pretty active with her public posts. This makes me sick. Who knows what's on her posts to friends? If your daughter's missing, wouldn't you want every single human possible to see it, not just your friends? If you have a child, you get it. If you don't, you may not get it. But I have a child, and Celeste's mum's Facebook looks how a distant classmate of Celeste in elementary school Facebook should look. 2 posts, good enough, but I barely knew her. But your own daughter, 662 public posts from February 2024 to September 2025. 2 of Celeste. 2, let that sink in. Yes, I literally sat there scrolling counting. It's disgusting what the mothers do. The mother didn't post on Facebook. Are you joking? The mother didn't post on Facebook about it enough. They literally had missing posters going around the neighbourhood. She was literally in touch with the police. Apparently, she was in touch with David asking about her. David was lying to them. And it's the mother. So you're directing your attention around. You're disgusted at the parents. Not David. Not a single mention of what David did in this post. It's disgusting. And in my opinion, I think David's team are responsible for this. And they've co-opted this whole server. And it's disgusting. Right? She wasn't posting Celeste because she knew where she was at LMAO. So all these people in the comments, bear in mind, they keep doing these posts, and it's eliciting a bunch of people in the comments basically rising up and rallying on behalf of David to point the finger at everybody except the fucking creep who allegedly killed this little girl and chopped her up and was essaying her. Not a sign of outrage. Isn't it suspicious? No outrage for David in this, all right? And the people around her knew. We saw the teacher video 2 days after she was found, so everyone from the neighbourhood would be like, what are you on about? Isn't she with that singer boy in LA? What ETA, what are the comments on those posts? I kind of don't blame them. Oh, you don't blame them. Don't blame the locals who apparently knew everything. I blame the mom. It's complicated. I don't even explain, right? It's disgusting, right? It's disgusting. What's going on in this story is outrageous, right? People saying that the parent must have allowed Celeste to travel internationally. I've still got questions about that, but honestly, he was saying the poor baby deserves so much better. Yeah, from David, all right? The parents were trying to find her, all right? Dude, I was low-key just giving the parents some sort of empathy because they lost their daughter, but only 2 posts out of all of that is extremely disappointing. They were literally trying to find her and calling the police. I mean, I would understand. So these is all astroturfing, right? Like, these types of comments is all people basically just trying to latch onto the post and spread the narrative, right? I mean, I would understand that maybe you weren't active on social media due to your daughter being missing, but being active too and sharing posts about other children and only 2 about your own daughter is honestly disappointing. You don't know what on earth she was doing behind the scenes. Let's say she knew that the kid was with David and she was trying to work with social services to get him. They don't have a clue, right? So no disrespect to Celeste's family. I bet a load of disrespect to family. I feel pretty off with Celeste's family in terms of good vibes in this whole case. No, not their vibes. Oh, the family of a murdered child don't have the right vibes for you. I'm sorry, Reddit commenter. Oh, they didn't have. Oh, the family of a murdered child didn't have the right vibes. Okay. Mainly because of how silent they've been, releasing very few statements. It seems as if they, the whole family, weren't even that close. I don't know whether it's me who feels off with this whole thing. You know what's off? You know what's off? A grown man on Fortnite grooming a child. You know what's off? A grown man having a 13-year-old child come over and stay 3 nights for Valentine's Day. You know what's off? You know what's off? Ordering 2 chainsaws to your crib to dismember a child you murdered. That's off. That feels super off. Genuinely, I've only seen Wendy speaking about Celeste openly. That's all. But a minute ago, this subreddit was allowed to saying that she was mentally challenged. Now Wendy is the only person that was standing up for Celeste. It's nonsense. I don't know if Celeste's whole family was entirely horrible. There's still something on calls from Celeste's parents. As they were calling to obtain information on Celeste and her whereabouts at the duration of her passing, but didn't her parents take away her phone as well back then? I'm pretty sure they knew about David and the relationship and they tried to prevent it. Whatever it is, R.I.P. Celeste Ruth Sanders, F. David made wrong. Eternal suffering. Alright, about time. That's exactly this is the OP. That's exactly it. She only had 4 posts and 2 with Celeste. Okay, makes sense, but 662 while your daughter is reported missing and just 2? No mention of David. How many messages? How many posts RIP posts did David do about Celeste after she died? None. How many like respectful, information David would actually give to the family of this murdered little girl after she died when they were asking? Oh, none. He was lying to them. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I just think this is so disgusting. I think the family removed missing posters after she was found dead because people were using it to contact and harass them. So this is like a very reasonable thing to say. Well, the family wanted to take down. She might have taken down the posts about Celeste that were there before. You only just looked up recently, months on. She might have had 5,000 posts about Celeste that she took down. And she said, oh, she's dead. I'm going to take this down. I don't want this to become a source of harassment. Right? And so the OP says, original post is still there. She was a post on Celeste's birthday about some astrology thing. The day Celeste's body was discovered, she was posting about a missing person and some other random post. So if you was going to remove anything of those posts, because it looks really weird. I don't think she'll leave anything. I think she's been off Facebook until her body gets recovered. Like, excuse me, if the woman whose body got recovered when it was a little time off social media, she probably had hope. She was probably hoping that other people, you might have been trying to help someone else to manage and say, well, maybe God will bless me with my daughter. You don't have a clue, right? You don't have a clue. So this one is saying, Celeste, I think all of these, and bear in mind, this is an edited comment, right? I think so many of these comments are astroturfing, and it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting that it's like, Celeste was a baby. I'm so distraught. This is why people are saying the parents. This is why people are saying the parents are fault. This is what happened. It's so strange. She was 13 when she died. Like 12 when she went missing. That's not true. 14. February 2024. Murdered in April 25. Didn't she have her 13th birthday? Allegedly with David, if she was missing. She was run away multiple times. Her parents being protected. But all of this for the parents is a function maybe neglectful family. There's not really anything bad to say about David in any of these comments, right? This subreddit needs to be shut down. It does need to be shut down because it's been co-opted by David's team and it's just so disgusting. I've been preaching this, but some people around here like giving the parents a free pass. Yeah, because their daughter was murdered, they had nothing to do with it. I suspect they're neglectful parents themselves. There's no excuses for them. Wendy was the only relative who gave a damn about Celeste while she was alive and even after her death. But 2 days ago, everybody in the subreddit was trying to say she was mentally challenged, right? It's bad. So, look, all right. It's toxic empathy. People can't fathom these parents not screaming from the rooftop when they're 12 times, so they make excuses for them. To me, as well, it's clear as day they weren't protecting her. They were not advocating. David is allegedly a creep who chopped her up and stabbed her to death. What? They took her phone away. He was paying kids in the school. It's not. This is astroturfing, right? This is astroturfing. Such good work looking everything up. I was curious about her social media behavior. Her mother's actions are exactly why Dave. This comment grounded my gears. Her mum's actions are exactly why David felt like he could get away with killing her. It's the mum's fault David killed her. Are you joking? This is the most disgusting comment I have ever seen in my life. He thought her own family didn't love her, so no one would go out looking for her. So the thing, yeah, if only they basically were asking for it, right? If the family showed more love publicly on Facebook to the daughter, then David wouldn't have felt like he could kill her. David just thought she was just a pinata that was just fair game to just stab to death because of the way the mother was treating her. Basically, it's the parents' fault. Like, who could blame David? It's not David's fault. Who could possibly? But this is disgusting. Okay, disgusting. Very good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Except the complaint literally explains the motive was to prevent Celeste from assisting as a witness in the case against him because he was under investigation. So he definitely did know people were looking for her, since that's the reason why he killed her, according to the state. But they don't want to talk about that. Okay? So, look, I could go on and on and on, but this whole thing is just straight. Not a single bad thing to say about David. It's all blaming the victim's family, right? They clearly failed Celeste in several ways. Not David's murder, right, literally. Okay? I think some posts have been removed by her because people found the family's Facebook. She obviously came from an unstable family. I think it's important to be careful about how we speculate in regards to the family, especially that there are a lot of cause for concern. As others mentioned, her situation was a bit different, as they did know where she was. It seemed okay with David. But it's not an excuse, it's just the truth. Celeste got a return life and did believe Jesus is not her biological father. This is that's another story. I will say as well, unfortunately, if your terrible friend is in a piece of unhealthy relationship, there's only so much you can do. It really was up to the police to hold David accountable earlier on. They failed. It's not a black and white situation. Yeah, this is no assumptions about family. Was murdered. You say it's disrespectful to Celeste and our family. It's murder. So these are actually like genuine people that are commenting the right things on here. And then you got more astroturfing underneath. Yeah, no, the family was negligent as fuck. She spent days with a grown ass man, had a relationship with him. Everyone knew and allowed it. I was like, no, 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 it's family's fault. Family's fault, right? Agreed. They might have known she ran off with a boy. People act like it's so easy to force a child to come back home when they don't want to. This is not her mum. So some people have been saying that's actually not her mum, right? So this is astroturfing going on here. It's just like the right one. People saying, "Oh, biological mum or adopted mum, she's the legal mum, so she's responsible." So anyway, right? Regardless, who even cares? People saying, "How do you know that's her mum and not some other person with a name Mercedes Martinez?" It doesn't matter whether it's not her mum because the purpose of this post is to basically just deflect attention away from David, who allegedly murdered this little girl, and to force it onto the family to basically infer and suggest that it's their fault. It's their fault. They wanted this to happen. They so I'm just scrolling through and it's just so much like they only care about this company. One family thought, what if David was texting them all her phone to find out what going on? And there's a friend that not going to yeah, I don't know what if. I don't believe this what if anymore, right? I think it would have been mentioned in the police report. They state the parents reached out to David and he lied about knowing where she was. So I think it would be mentioned as charges. I just looked it up and there's charges like deceased identity theft, criminal impersonation, tampering with evidence. And I think they insinuate that her phone's activity stopped after that night at David's house. So I don't think he did that. Yeah. I'm so sick of people coddling their parents. They did not protect their daughter, full stop. I heard so many people claiming that they thought it would be a way for their daughter to always be cared for by allowing her to date a celebrity with money. Because they took her phone away and he paid someone to give her a phone. Like, it's their job to take care of their middle school age daughter. They tried to. Not a random adult man, no matter how wealthy he is. It's their job to protect their daughter from predators. They did. Apparently, the mum was sleeping in the room with the daughter with Celeste so that she couldn't climb out the window and leave, which clearly they didn't care to do. Lies. I'm sure her family's hurt by this loss, but there's no point in sugarcoating things. They didn't do enough to protect that girl, and because of that, she's dead. Not David. No. Nothing to do with David. Not because of that. Right? Disgusting. I'm not actually taking it. Right? Okay? Barely anything positive for Celeste's family. Now, look, okay, I just want to admonish the David Idiot subreddit. I think it's disgusting. I think everybody's running this subreddit right now. All of the moderators should be ashamed of themselves. And by which moderators? These moderators, you should all be ashamed of yourselves. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You should resign. You should all resign and just not let anyone post anymore. We won't do that. So I suspect some of you guys are working for David's team. But anyway, I'm just going to give you an antidote to all of this nonsense. Okay, I'm just going to set the record straight. David, allegedly, is the reason Celeste is dead. He groomed, essayed, murdered her, and dismembered her. David is responsible. Right? In my opinion, David's responsible. What is going on here? I keep getting recommended all this stuff, like all this stuff I'm not interested in, all this stuff, right? I was doing a bit of research for something, definitely not buying actually not $1,000 watch, give me a break. I need to get my hands fixed. Anyway, okay, so let's just like go back and talk about actually realistically should Celeste's parents complain. So a month after Celeste's body was discovered, TMZ reported the parents had actually contacted the police multiple times. Sheriff's deputies were called to her home 11 times in a year, nearly every month, and 1.3 times in one day. Okay, so basically deputies were called to her house numerous times. They visited a bunch of times. That was the same day as surveillance video TMZ obtained from a liquor store showed her running away. So she's literally getting caught in surveillance video running away the same day that people are basically like, she's going to get caught on surveillance camera, and the cops are visiting the home 3 times trying to find out where she went and what's going on, right? And the cops are trying to get to the bottom of this. Celeste's family are going to a liquor store to get the footage. So you mean to tell me the family didn't care about her, but they've got the cops out there 3 times in a day when she runs away. They're doing their own detective work, going to a liquor store to get this footage. This surveillance footage was apparently retrieved by Celeste. Also, just for the record, everyone say, "Oh, you're milking it, making money off of this." Bro, you just saw an ad for you just saw a 5-second unskippable ad for TMZ footage of the little girl went sick. So just get off my case for it. So this is the footage, right? And so they're saying that Celeste's sister actually went to the gas station that you see in a moment. She's literally running away from her home. And the family are moments behind her. They're just behind her, trying to find out where she is. They're going to this liquor store doing independent investigation. They're doing investigation the LAPD isn't even doing. They're going to a liquor store and getting this footage. And it's sure it's ending up TMZ. Celeste's literally running away from home. and they've got the cops called out 3 times in one day. They're doing their own investigation, and you mean to tell me the families? It's the family's fault. It's a joke. It is an absolute joke, right? So the records state almost all the calls were minor crime investigation, with the exception of one of them being suspicious circumstances. Police took reports on 4 of the incidents, and cops had planned to do follow-ups. The dispositions on the rest of the calls were not available. 2 of the 3 visits, when 3 people called out, were to Celeste's home, and another was to the liquor store. So it sounds like the family had gone to the liquor store, got the footage, and called the police back and said, "You need to get back down here." So you mean to tell me that this family, it's their fault Celeste died? You mean to tell me that? This is crazy. I need to turn my block back on. You really mean to tell me the family didn't do anything, right? Police responded to Celeste's home at 9:29 p.m. on April 5th, half an hour after her family reported her missing. So the police is just missing. They're calling the police, and the police are attending the home, and they're having conversations with the police, right? So you want to tell me it's all the family's fault. They laid the situation for David to do this, except they're literally chasing her down the street trying to get to the bottom of this, right? It's crazy. So some people just don't take no for an answer, right? Because it was reported that Celeste's parents were cleared in the 2024 child neglect probe. Obviously, the caveat is that Celeste herself was no longer alive to actually contribute to this probe, and so it was essentially clear. They cleared them of any wrongdoing in lieu of the fact that Celeste wasn't actually any information. Okay, the parents investigated allegations of child neglect and abuse about a year before David eventually murdered her. And law enforcement found no wrongdoing. Okay, when she went missing from the family home in Lake Elsinore, the Riverside Sheriff's Office opened an investigation that year. That was a couple of weeks before she was reported missing the second time. So, they reported her missing numerous times. And the police have just put steps behind. An unknown called to complain. TMZ said the person expressed concern about a juvenile runaway. So all types of people, and let's not forget, everybody seems to just forget that, like, this family, I don't know what their visa immigration situation is. We're in this climate where you've got ICE, they're grabbing people up off the street, deporting them and stuff. So they're doing everything they can, and I actually do have sympathy. Not everyone wants to talk to the cops. Not everyone really is thinking that the cops are going to be looking after them at the right place. So honestly, what can we really fault them? So obviously, it does say, one of the issues was that they could interview Celeste and be located in Germany as a crime had occurred. But at the same time, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't mean that a crime had occurred. That doesn't mean they were neglectful. Maybe it was a bit of a rough, shoddy home. Maybe she wasn't having the best time at home. Maybe they were poor. But it doesn't matter, bro, because David is the person responsible. Paying off class to get their funds to get around parents. The parents are doing anything they can. Prosecutors say Celeste returned home to Lake Elsinore 2 days after David was contacted. The parents took her phone. David got back in contact by driving to Lake Elsinore and paying her classmates $1,000 to give her a phone call back. That's what he was doing. Okay? That's what he was doing. So a little over a year after her parents were investigating and cleared for child neglect, prosecutors say David ordered Celeste to Uber. So apparently she was actually cleared before her death, but because she was missing of child neglect, the family was cleared, and then the murder happened a year later. So, why are we blaming the police for not looking into this? Why are we blaming the family for not doing enough Facebook posts when really the police could have done more? The police went to David's house and told him about this, and then they did fuck all for like a whole year and a half, until she was found dead, right? So, again, I just want to redirect your attention to this one as well. There was a post that was going around a few days ago, and I drew attention to this before, but I won't do it again in context of the hate towards the family and astroturfing going on by what I believe is David's team. Because David was contacted by Celeste's family. Despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show the defendant lied and claimed that he didn't know where she was. So you've got to be really careful with what you get. It says, despite knowing she was dead because he killed her, and her family was trying to find her, well, that we don't know. So that would suggest to me that behind the scenes, there's additional evidence to suggest that David's family, the Celeste family, either contacted David or they had made a public appeal that the prosecutors can prove that David actually saw. Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to say, as a matter of fact, that David knew she was dead and that the family was trying to find her after her death. Right? And then it says the evidence will show that the defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. That infers that either David was contacted directly by the family to ask where she was and he lied, or perhaps he was contacted by police on their behalf and he lied to them, or some other third party. But David knew the family was trying to find her after she was dead, and he lied. That's a fact. Okay? So you want to talk about, the family didn't care? Well, it sounds like the family were trying to find her because David knew. There's evidence that will show David knew and he lied. No one wants to talk about that, all right? So, for all the people speculating the family didn't look fair and they were negligent, the evidence says otherwise, irrespective of the fact they were cleared of negligence charges. This statement shows me a worried family. Seems they were in contact with David as well to some extent, or they knew how to reach him. This lines with a previous report from a friend of Celeste, who stated her parents asked her if they knew where Celeste was. Most friends even stated the mum would sleep on the floor of her room and lock the door so she couldn't escape. This doesn't paint a picture of a family who doesn't care about where their teenage daughter is or what she's doing. This shows me they are actively searching for her, but when you have a kid who wants to run away and they have the means to do so, enabled and encouraged by a wealthy celebrity who's very little to do. Now, rewind your mind back 20 minutes to when I was showing you that post and everyone's pointing the finger at this saying, oh, the family basically created the conditions for David to take the mobile. Therefore, they basically just set her up. Crazy, right? If you look at the they did not understand the legal talk, they added that part of the brief. If they didn't, they would have added that part of the brief if they didn't know this family contracted him. Because if they went to trial and assumed that never happened, the statement has a lot of credibility because it's very calculated. These people have been doing their jobs for years, they know exactly what they're doing. I'm sure a lot of people here don't know anything about the legal system based on their comments. This is the worst part of this stuff. So many people think they know what they're talking about. Super split time includes the claim for the night. To the context of this is actually a positive positive towards the family. And even this person in the top comment, they're exhausted. And people in this comment don't have a clue what they're talking about. Because everybody's hating, right? The fact they took her phone after their first meeting and David went to her school to give her a new one. Who knows how long they were in contact while the family thought she was safe, with no way to communicate between them. It shows the family was at least attentive and trying to protect her from the beginning. It also shows David was persistent in pursuing her despite their attempts to protect her and distance her from him. I feel bad about the narrative people are pushing. It was hard to keep me apart from my middle school boyfriend when we were broke pre-teens. I can't imagine the struggle of trying to keep a determined rich man with money, cars, etc. away from your daughter. Not to mention the police wouldn't talk to him after their first meeting. Even if the family was telling police she was with David, it doesn't seem like the police would do anything unless they actually found and saw her there with him. Why aren't we pointing the finger at the police? Why aren't we pointing the finger at the police? Alright? I don't know why they're getting downvotes to shitty comments. I mean, really, shows they were looking for that. I'll tell you why. Because this story has been taken over by a bunch of comments who are trying to do defense for David. That's why. That's exactly what's happened. That's exactly what happened. Alright? That's exactly what happened. The only person I'm throwing a lot from this brief, nowhere it says the family contacted David. They may have what we really don't know. It says that David was made aware of the family. Yeah, that could be that the police contacted David on behalf of the worried family who followed up with the police. There's nothing here that negates the fact that the family was trying to find her. So let's not get derailed. Let's not try and do whatever tactics to try and distract from the fact that this was here in black and white. Her family was trying to find her, which negates all of the speculation that these idiots are doing. Saying, well, she didn't post enough on Facebook. Well, the family was trying to find her. And they either contacted David or the authorities. They lied to either the family or the authorities, right? So basically, okay, there was clearly something around it. Maybe lied to police. They're saying, we'll find out about the trial about everyone's life. And if they're not one way or the other, you're a dumbass. So people are hating on, right? Wasn't there missing posters for her? I'm glad that Celeste's family was being painted out to be negligent and didn't care about her whereabouts. I'm glad the truth's coming to light. Unfortunately, I was one of the people that believed the family didn't care about where she was or what she was doing and with who. But I'm so glad this is all coming out. It further shows Celeste's family care for her and loved her and how much of a monster David is. The Dave videos mods would be livid these sorts of comments are slipping through the net, right? So everyone's arguing, everyone's trying to downplay this and say that it's not really what happened. No, right? This sucks, right? It was good at one point and now it's trashed, it's been taken over. Since then, it's arrest has gone down the toilet, it was good before that. We've got to find out what happened to the original photos. Anyway, here's a recent post, right? They actually said that people were wrong for blaming Celeste's parents. Oh, look at that, it's deleted. Oh, that was one day ago. Oh, that was one day ago. I saw this post going around everywhere, right? So, good thing. The boy doesn't delete everything. Over the moderators over at Dave Idiots, they would love to delete everything, right? They would love to delete everything pertaining to how it's wrong to blame Celeste's parents, but they're just deleting that, right? They're just deleting that. So here's the truth, right? Here's the undoctored truth. Okay, and this is somebody that kind of shares their own story. And let's look at the end of my last video. Okay, people are coming up to me in the street telling me their stories and telling me I'm glad that you're spreading the word about this because there's been attempts to groom me. I've dealt with men that I thought were going to hurt me. I'm glad you're spreading awareness. So I'm going to read this person's story, even though it was deleted by the model day videos because they want to shut down any narrative that claims they want to shut down any narrative that they've that's also that's fair to say is the most. If any YouTuber or podcast wants to share my story, you're more than welcome. I'm here for you. Okay. The moderators of their videos, they're wanting to shut you down and silence your trauma. I'm not willing to broadcast your story. I'm going to start this personal platform. I'm here from doing so, and I feel my group didn't tell me. I met him according to when I was 12. I thought I was infatuated with him. He told me he was 17 and was scar of his photographer. After a year of talking, he flew through Ohio to Washington, where I grew up to find this secret person who had both found his race and brought his photography. Calculating his views. A little girl who grew up watching princess movies with condition of our existence, spoken man as if man allows it. I just landed, made sure for rental car with loads of room in the backseat. What you guys want your address? I'm kind of nervous. You promise your parents don't know? Yes, I promise. I find out a month ago. I told my mom that I was staying in his house in a little hotel room. He did what he did to me over and over. I was so hastily he went to Sarah with him and tried to read it. I spent Sarah for a week with him. My mom said she would take us to Silverwood. I said, sure, thanks with me. School started soon. I don't say problem. That sounds like a lot of fun. It wasn't much time to like text her. Yes, thank you, Mum. Her name is Stephanie. Here's her number. Sends the guy's number. Just wanted to have all the control and he decided to contact him. I knew about my son. About interest, but she didn't know who he was where he lived. I think she trusted me and he trusted her to go over him. She knows me. She has to anything. I can get away with telling her without exposing the authority reality. She was excited to have his adventures. She was talking for 5 more years. He was Washington regularly taking her trips to shopping, taking her to different cheap hotels to take her comfortable. I continued getting better and better at line and reception, and he continued getting better and better at making me feel like I could live without him. He wasn't 17, he was 39, married with 2 kids. Even my perception of reality wasn't real. It's my mum's fault for trusting me, for allowing me to expand my world in these adventures. I don't resent or blame my parents for what he did to me. It's their first time living too. Nobody gets married to navigate the life. For how they know when you control the strings. And in more context to the story, I was a sheltered, lonely kid when I was groomed. My mum was battling stage 3 cancer. As a mother, she could pay contracts or strong chances. She was sick, and that's how I was vulnerable. And the clients, as predatory people, prey on vulnerable people. Before I read comments, I want to just acknowledge just how horrible that story was. The amount of women I've met that go through these kinds of things is staggering. Not just in this case, it's women as lots of women have gone to me now. I was like, oh, man, so I'm sorry, you're free. And it's certainly, I really respect you, I really like what you do. What you do, you let people know I've been through situations like this, and I've dealt with men that have been this way. And, because that's been happening, it's horrible that men behave that way. I've had girls who complain to me recently about dealing with men. And it's just really disappointing. It's really sad that men behave in this way. And it's really sad that it seems like a lot of men that behave in this way seem to, get ahead in life. And, for every, couple girls that, think it's disgusting and see through it, a lot of people will fall through it. And it's really, really sad. And, in this case, they didn't find out for 5 years. Thank God that they didn't end up going out the same way as Celeste. Thank God that they didn't, end up in a situation where they were getting seriously harmed or even, women that have kids and, bringing men into their lives that they shouldn't be and putting their kids potentially at harm. It's really scary. I think it's so important to talk about these things and spread awareness and tell people to be diligent and be careful. Don't let this sort of person into your life. But back to the topic at hand, it's the idea that, Celeste was basically, being groomed by this horrible guy, David, and her family was really looking out for her. And, she lashed out at her family that were looking out at her, and she lied to them, and she snuck out. And, she unfortunately, it's not her fault. She thought she was in a world with romance, just like that girl from I was talking about. She thought she was talking to a cool guy. Maybe she thought he was hot. Maybe she thought he was cool, handsome, whatever. She just thought something was this disgusting situation. And it sounds like the marriage tried to help her out, and that's that. She thinks sometimes people are resentful if you even look out for them. And it's just really, really sad. And it hurts me personally, for sure. shit's messed up, man. And so the idea that it's anybody is at fault other than the just disgusting, man. It's just like so blaming the family is ridiculous. Okay, blaming the girl herself ridiculous. Blaming anybody other than the guy. Some people definitely make place for something else that these babies have done all the time is the most mental process. What they don't really clear out is not like broadcast of these personal stories of people. So that post, that very harrowing, heartfelt, and relevant and insightful post was deleted. Right? It was deleted. Now, this says it was deleted by the person who originally posted it, but I am not even sure if that's the case. I wonder, because I did see this get posted in other subreddits and it got taken down. But anyway, the post was deleted, and I think it's very unfortunate that that post is gone, that it didn't stay up. I would be surprised if there was some kind of moderation or if this user, this user should have gone forever now. But some people are kind of giving their thoughts like, sorry, you were groomed, went through this, I trust my kid, but your mum was not cautious enough, so now back to blaming the parents. Right? Letting her 12-year-old be gone for a week with a parent she doesn't know, even is crazy. I have the phone numbers of the mums my daughter interacts with, and if they're watching my child, I call all the time. To even let you off on your own, she didn't vet the parents. There's enough documentaries on the news to understand, but you have to be cautious, even if this is your mum's first time being a parent. Right? So again, it's the parents' fault now, right? No problem. Right? And so she met Sarah's mum multiple times. She just didn't have her number. I told my friend Sarah to lie to my mum about the trips as well. Right? Yeah, it's your mum's fault for not calling to confirm any of that bullshit. Stop enabling abusive and neglectful parenting when it's their first time being alive, because it's every child's first time being alive too, except they have a lot less. Nobody should trust a 12-year-old to be clear, just to be with another adult for a week without calling that adult holy shit. Right? So this person's also giving a long diatribe of how they deal with their kids. I don't really care about that right now, but it says, I don't know how anything unfolded between Celeste and her parents, but it's terrible for anyone to be taken advantage of. My parents would have never allowed me to go on a week-long stay at 13 on a whim without confirming or verifying in person, or at least substantiating my claim to the situation. It's not about distrusting their child either, it's about being aware of the dangers around you. My parents were fully aware. As a hormonal 13-year-old, I was highly capable of understanding the actual reality of the potential harm I could be putting myself in while being left to my own devices with limited perceptions of the world. You haven't lied to your mum about who you were being with in the first place is an example of that. I'm so sorry this happened to you. It's my worst fear for my nieces and my own future kids. The world is a scary place for girls. This is all it really comes down to, and these men need to be held accountable. They know right from wrong. The men need to be held accountable. It's the men that need to be held accountable, right? People say the parent failed her. They're saying, in what world are you still 12 with the other parent? The damn other parent and go around the house, don't be passive. You don't just let your small child run around. As soon as your mum heard about your love interest, is when she should have said, that was a separate thing, right? That was a separate thing. She should have asked to meet him or the parents or anything. Instead, she should have let you go out with the person she didn't know. She knew Sarah and Sarah's mum. She met them multiple times. She thought she would just go to Sarah's house, okay? So this is the thing, right? Everyone's blaming the mother. I'm really surprised there's not more comments talking about this creep 39-year-old man who pretended he was 17 and groomed this little girl. This is why this subreddit is compromised, right? Because they deleted the post. Everyone's blaming the parent, right? Tell me you're a parent. Tell me you're not a parent. Tell me you're not a parent. How did you get back home? It's so scary. Did you get caught? Yeah, he's in prison now. He dropped me off back at home once he decided to go back to Ohio. I find it scary now because it didn't even occur to me that he could have killed me. So everyone's blaming the parents, right? The parents are 100% to blame. Forget everything else and consider the new. Our first guest tonight is a huge movie star, a global superstar with hundreds of millions of fans, a billion. $7. Why is it $7? So my goal was to play in the NFL. That didn't happen for me. I went up to the Canadian Football League and played up there. I said, God, man, see how much money I got. I pulled out my wallet, opened it up, took out $5 and change. And that's why. For a decade, has been sold to us as the perfect Hollywood story. 6'5", built like a granite statue, the guy who climbed from $7 in his pocket to one of the highest paid actors on the planet. Discipline, hustle, charity, motivational quotes at sunrise, everything you'd expect from somebody trying to look like a brand instead of a person. And that's exactly the problem, because behind the giant smile, the blockbuster receipts, and the inspirational caption under every gym photo, there's been a second story running in the background for years. Quiet whispers about tension on sets, reports about clashes with co-stars, insiders describing a guy who was very different the moment the camera switched on. For a
first stayed whispers, but the cracks have been getting louder. And after his recent appearance at the 2025 Venice Film Festival, where he showed up looking like a completely different person physically, people started asking him what is actually going on. Stars, to understand how the public started doubting him, you have to rewind more than a decade back to the Fast and Furious set when Dwayne joined the franchise in 2011. Fans went wild. The series already had Vin Diesel and Tyrese Gibson as anchors, but dropping The Rock into that lineup felt like adding a third engine to a car that was already moving fast. His character, Luke Hobbs, came in like a wrecking ball wearing a badge. Some fans even credited his arrival as the moment the franchise leveled up into global box office territory. But while the screen was full of fireworks, the people behind the camera were telling a much quieter and much messier story. According to multiple reports from production insiders, working with The Rock could be brutal at times. He reportedly showed up late on some days, skipped scheduled appearances on others, created scheduling headaches that crews had to scramble around just to keep production rolling. None of this looked like the disciplined fitness icon being sold on Instagram. Then came the moments that ripped the lid off the whole thing. In 2016, The Rock posted a message on Instagram that portrayed behind the scenes arguments into a global news event. The post, which later saw him place a limit on set, was an unstable slang as some of the actors. People started posting professional internet culture calls assets and quotes suspicions.
You know, The Rock and Vin Diesel couldn't be on set at the same time. They hate each other so much. They just shoot different scenes and like shoot it so it looked like someone was there. They hate each other so much. Didn't The Rock gotten a big thing with Tyrese too, right? Tyrese just flipping out because like all he has is Fast and Furious. So that when The Rock did a spin-off, he's like, "How dare you? We're a family." Rock's like, "No, we're not." Well, they gave me a spin-off, dumbass. That's not wrong with shit on his music. That was fantastic. That guy, you know what he does? He just goes to the gym. The Rock, like 2 hours sleep, full of steroids. Sometimes required pushing them. That is not signs that the relationship was still cold. The Rock would publicly thank entire Fast and Furious teams, while somehow forgetting to mention Diesel by name. The omissions weren't subtle. At that point, it was obvious the conflict wasn't just two grown men having a bad day. It was about something deeper, control, who owns the spotlight, whose franchise this actually is. Fast and Furious was built around Diesel and the whole family loyalty mythology. But once The Rock arrived, we could not take over from Fury started drifting and went into a gas mounted destruction. Fans. On October 5th, 2017, Universal Pictures announced a Fast and Furious spin-off. Not a full team movie, just two characters, Luke Hobbs and Deckard Shaw, Dwayne Johnson, and Jason Statham. Sure, basically, brand new resident in Harry Potter. What do you think every time you speak? Just imagine this for a second. It's like dragging my balls across shattered glass. The film eventually became Fast and Furious presents Hobbs and Shaw, and the announcement instantly split the fan base in half. Some were hyped for more action, others felt like the franchise was being hijacked, the soul of the original story, replaced with something glossier and more marketable. The loudest critic was Tyrese Gibson, who didn't bother with subtext. He went on social media and wrote, "Congratulations to The Rock for making the Fast and Furious franchise about you. That was the whole point. That was the line." The Rock fired back with jabs about Tyrese's music career, which only fed the internet machine even more. Despite the public mess, Hobbs and Shaw still hit hard at the box office, pulling in over $700 million worldwide on a $200 million budget. Money showed up. The reviews from longtime fans did more. Many viewers felt the movie pulled the franchise miles away from its roots. Instead of street races and crew loyalty, it leaned into cartoonish sci-fi action. A villain enhanced with cyber technology
lifting cars like they were toys, one-liners crammed into every scene like the script was scared of silence. Some fans loved the comedy, others felt like they were watching a Saturday morning cartoon with a $200 million budget attached. The real conversation wasn't about the explosions, it was about the pattern. The Rock was developing a reputation for walking into franchises and slowly turning them into solo vehicles. Some people trace that mindset all the way back to his WWE days. In professional wrestling, your image is your paycheck. Looking weak in front of a crowd is something you actively avoid because perception is the entire product. According to reports, that protect the image at all costs mentality didn't get left in the locker room. It walked straight into Hollywood with him. Over time, details started leaking about very specific clause that reportedly showed up in his movie contracts. The rule was that his characters couldn't lose fights on screen, couldn't take excessive damage, always had to come out looking dominant. On paper, that sounds like smart brand management for an action star, but as the same beat showed up movie after movie, fans started catching on. Directors reportedly had to choreograph fight scenes around the rule. Writers had to bend scripts, so his character couldn't actually be challenged. Eventually, viewers started saying it out loud. You can tell that clause is in his contract. He looks bulletproof in every movie. Once you spot the pattern, you can't unsee it. And when the hero never loses, the stakes don't exist. For years, The Rock built his whole public mythology around the $7 in his pocket comeback story. But critics started saying the unstoppable persona wasn't motivational anymore. It was just a carefully engineered product. Then came the moment that took this whole conversation to another level. His jump into the superhero genre. When he stepped into the role of Black Adam, a lot of fans thought the character fit perfectly. The size, the energy, the anti-hero attitude, all of it lined up. The reports from inside the industry suggested he didn't just want to play a role in the DC universe. He wanted Black Adam to become the gravitational center of the entire universe. Instead of slotting Black Adam into the existing DC roadmap, the strategy appeared focused on rebuilding a franchise around him. Fans noticed The Rock constantly hammering home how powerful Black Adam was compared to other heroes, constantly hinting at a Superman matchup, constantly framing his character as the new top of the food chain. He even celebrated helping bring Henry Cavill back for a surprise Superman cameo, trying to reignite excitement for a character DC fans have been waiting years to see again.
Adam has all the powers of Superman, but Superman won't feel it.
But behind the scenes, Warner Brothers reportedly hadn't fully committed to that direction. Some insiders described tension over where the universe was actually headed. Black Adam didn't come close, and the unstoppable momentum that had followed The Rock for years suddenly looked very stoppable. Fans were described with reactions. A lot of viewers said they couldn't emotionally connect with the character at all. Others joked that the movie felt less like a superhero film and more like Dwayne Johnson playing himself in a light instead of his chest. When your superhero feels like an action figure by the actor, the magic doesn't really land. That result became another quality shape of the eventually, the studio decided that the franchise is a hard reset. Years after, eventually, upset by at least one The Rock came out swinging publicly. He posted financial projections, claiming that the movie would still turn a profit, rated as 52 to 72 profit, and $400 million worldwide. Critics tore those numbers apart, pointing out the inconsistencies of massive marketing costs and other expenses paid for blockbusters. To most observers, it didn't look like that. It looked like image protection or calculated costs. The guy who built his career on evidence didn't really know how to lose the public. Black Adam got caught in vortex for leadership. His entire brand was built on never losing. The situation got awkward fast. Things got even more uncomfortable. It was clear that the leadership had conceived a real universe without Black Adam.
Training shoe, and I just realized you also can just open a big bottle of Look, I go hardcore when I train. I don't have time to go to the bathroom. I find a bottle, I pee in it.
Another stone that had been defined by enormous winds for almost 2 decades. For years, he was Slovakia's most reliable professional in the industry. The guy who worked harder than anyone, showed up first, left last, and delivered hits like clockwork. But as the reports stacked up, they started publishing a version on Instagram, and the version said were two different people entirely. As his career kept shifting, he became impossible. The Rock wasn't an actor anymore. It's a full business empire where he takes up a huge part of that empire was his physique. The massive muscular build became his signature since the wrestling days, and fans worshipped his discipline to maintain it. So he went into the fitness world. Workout clips on social media, motivational training, fitness clothing lines, and equipment partnerships. He turned his lifestyle into a vending machine. It's that big, he could basically sell anything for a long stretch. He did energy drinks, workout gear, eventually his tequila brand, Marijuana Tequila. Forbes once described it as one of the fastest growing celebrity alcohol brands in the world. But over time, fans started getting buried under the constant promotion, the motivation of it. And once the client started looking less like a person and more like a builder, every motivational speech was tied to a job. Every gym was a brand partnership. These guys were great for some fans. He showed up promoting a hair care product despite being famous on all the internet noticed him behind her. Split it into another round of authenticity and dates. His legendary physique started to be part of the conversation. Critics argued that maintaining that level was a decade, especially this is something you just achieved. Right. In 2009, he turned to steroids at age 18. That motivation started to
reason for all his weight loss is he's going to be starring in a new movie called Yung2Syck, where he plays a 17-year-old man whose best friend is a chicken.
authenticity questions also showed up much was not a coincidence. Fans with longer memories noticed immediately. He eventually edited the caption and tried to laugh it off as a joke, but tiny things like that started chipping away at the perfect image he had spent years polishing. Another controversy hit in 2023 after a devastating wildfire struck the island of Maui. Wanting to help, The Rock teamed up with Oprah Winfrey to launch a relief fund, pushing people to donate.
We're so concerned about what was happening in Maui, and so we have created the People's Fund of Maui that will put money directly in the hands of the people who need it right now. So if you send a donation, just click where you see below and send a donation. That money is going to go to one of many residents who have been displaced.
The cause was good. The presentation was the problem. A lot of people felt uncomfortable watching two extremely wealthy celebrities ask everyday families to send money during a tragedy. Pushback was loud enough that he eventually released an apology video. The wild part was he had already donated $5 million of his own money. Many observers felt he didn't need to apologize at all. It showed exactly how carefully he tries to manage everything on his public image. He was actually doing the right thing. In January 2024, he summoned the entertainer from the place where everything started, WWE. This time he joined as a member of the board of directors instead of as a full-time wrestler. Then he started teasing something bigger, a possible in-ring return. When the storyline started building toward a match with champion Roman Reigns, fans noticed something off. Fan favorite Cody Rhodes had been quietly pushed aside to make room. The backlash arrived immediately. Social media exploded with the hashtag Cody deserves better. A lot of fans accused The Rock of stealing the spotlight from the wrestler who had spent years building toward his moment. The reaction got loud enough. The WWE adjusted the storyline. Cody Rhodes was brought back to center stage, and he eventually defeated Roman Reigns for the championship. Through every controversy, every flop, every rumor, one thing about The Rock had always stayed constant: the physical presence. Even in his 50s, he still looked like he could walk back into a ring and bench press the announcer's table. But in September of 2025, he showed up at the Venice Film Festival looking like a different person. The massive physique fans had known for decades looked noticeably smaller and leaner. Reports suggested he had dropped over 50 pounds of muscle. Some people praised the transformation, saying he looked healthier, less trapped by the pressure of being a superhuman cartoon. Others speculated about possible health issues or training changes. Eventually, he explained that the transformation was a deliberate adjustment for upcoming acting roles. But after years of controversies, rumors, and mixed reactions, the moment carried weight beyond just a body change. It felt symbolic. The unstoppable image of The Rock no longer looked unstoppable. When the public starts questioning the image that people made, rebuilding that trust is a quick process. It's a long road with no guaranteed exit. If things keep moving in this direction, the biggest threat to The Rock's career isn't another box office flop. It's whether he can reconnect with the audience who once saw him as the people's champion, because the people don't forget. They just stop showing up. So the real question is, do you think The Rock can earn his reputation back from here? Or did the image get protected so long that there's no real person left to rebuild from? Drop your honest take below and subscribe. We cover stuff like this regularly. Tell me in the comments which moment in the story you think was the actual turning point for the underdog to disappear.
Well, we got another movie game on our hands. From Supermassive Games, the people who made Until Dawn, Indie Dark Pictures Anthology, which is a series of horror movie games. I mean, they are interactive movies. They barely qualify as games. They're all loosely related to each other. I think they're all pretty bad. Not all of them. I haven't played all of them. Many years ago, I watched someone stream Manhunt and the Emperor is called. The big dynasty is in death throes and chaos in school strategy. The pirates revive Chung, who awakens injured in the region of Shu without her mountains. A mysterious affliction known as the Feathering ravages Shu. The population succumbing to madness and mutation in the those the already unstable legend of true battle is taking us out. Chung is herself blinded by the Feathering, but it's both influenced by this mystical curse, Chung must navigate the war-torn country, aid survivors, and confront monsters to uncover the truth of the Feathering and end it before it might. The fate of all China hangs in the balance. This John Fawley Feathers is a work of fiction, a dark-faced rendition of China many centuries ago, but much of its inspiration and foundational role emerges from real-world history. The game takes place during the collapse of the Ming Dynasty, an imperial dynasty that ruled much of China for nearly 3 centuries. Crimson Desert is easily one of the most ambitious open world games ever made, with a sprawling map of tons of activities and mechanics and enough content to last at least 400 hours if you ride it and everything. But if there's one place where the game garners the most criticism, it's gotta be the story. Feeling at first like something of a disjointed mess, with not enough context for why Cliff is going from place to place and completing objectives that at a glance seem barely connected, with the protagonist himself coming across lacking in much emotion or depth. But if I told you that there's actually a very good explanation for everything happening the way it does in Crimson Desert, and by the end of this video, you'll know the exact reasons behind every major event in the game and why it wouldn't have happened any other way. Because, yes, despite appearances, Crimson Desert storyline actually makes perfect sense. Here's how. From our perspective, this story begins in Kailu, on the fateful night of the Black Bear raid against the Greymans, the destruction of their home, and the death of Kailu's leader, Jian. A battle where Cliff is shot, has his throat split by the Black Bear leader, Björn, and is thrown off the edge of a waterfall, all things that would surely kill any regular man. But then, strangely, Cliff awakens in the mysterious dimension floating above Highwell called the Abyss, where he is viewed with several special and supernatural abilities. At the same time, back on the ground of the Wycliffe Mannery, an artisan named Fast. A determination to defend and aid the innocent. At this point in the game, pretty much everything Cliff does The beggar clearly wasn't what he seemed. Rather, he was testing Cliff's kindness for reasons as of yet unrevealed. Then, with little reason or explanation, we're guided to enter the sewer below where the beggar was found, where again, somebody else appears in need of our aid.
Who are you? Please, you have to help me, quickly!
Calm yourself. I'm afraid you're tail. Can you walk?
He was right about you. You'll need this. Careful who's around you, as you have done to me.
That's two clear tests about kindness then. For some reason, powerful individuals. into the sky, to the realm of the abyss, specifically the Axiom Archive, described as the abyss that knows the principles of all things and contains the truth of the world. Only when light converges can be granted the right to reach it. And this right here is basically giving us the solution to understand the entire story of this game. But when it says the light needs to converge in order to reach it, it means the light connecting all the abyssal pathways, i.e. we need to complete all 40 abyss puzzles, including dimensional ones, which it doesn't unlock until the game's final chapter 12, in order to actually get the answers we're looking for. Dimensional ones, the final abyss level.
Here. He's waiting for you. This power will help you get it right.
Maestro bestowing us with yet another abyss ability. Axiom Force is basically a grapple that allows us to manipulate and navigate the environment from a distance. But let's just jump back for a second. Sebastian, our savior, after Meowden, only found Cliff floating in the river that day after locking eyes with a white crow. Clearly, this being has been manipulating events concerning us for a while. So, opening and heading inside the Axiom Archive, we come face to face with yet another being who's been doing the same.
I've been waiting for you. What's more, just as virtue paves the path to wisdom, your deeds have brought us together once more. I am Alexis. This is the Axiom Archive. It is a repository of the universe's grand designs. Each record, the blueprint of a single world. Why did you summon me? There are beings who have brought chaos to your world. The consequences of which extend to even the new things. You know them. You will cross paths with those who escaped fate's wrath. But the balance of this world and the abyss is a phenomenal thing. The cosmic order craves any further. Our world, the abyss, and reality itself will unravel. You must restore the balance before it's too late. I don't know what you mean. Such a grand undertaking. Begins with small acts, but will have a profound effect of your world.
We throw into our first abyssal puzzle with understandably more questions than answers at this point. Don't worry, for this video we will return in before the end of chapter 12 to start uncovering the actual lore of what's going on here. But first, let's complete this first abyss puzzle to learn a little more of the basic story. After doing so, White Crow will reappear, this time in human witch form, again providing some cryptic guidance.
I am White Crow, a guardian of the abyss and a protector of your world's cosmic order.
The sewer. I mean, she looks totally different, so I guess Cliff also recognizes the voice of Deborah Wild as well, aka Lizelle from Baldur's Gate 3.
The kindness you showed me back then will guide you on your path. Here, take these wings. The power to soar through the open sky is yours to command. It's time to return.
You're telling me to jump? Those wings will see you down safely.
Take my light.
There's some level of familiarity with Cliff already that he himself doesn't fully understand. Adam White Crow is giving of multiple gifts to aid us on our journey demonstrates no small degree of care, and as we descend from the abyss, we'll of smaller good deeds, rescuing animals for various ranch owners, and introducing us to important items like the Visione, a helmet with the ability to peer into the past and bear witness to memories of what was, initially developed by the Delesian genius Astarion. Marley will be important a lot more later on. We also assist the Golden Leaf Merchant Guild by liberating them from the tyranny of Kylo, a frail and pale goblin who became empowered after coming into contact with an abyssal artifact, much in the same way we ourselves will continue to become increasingly more powerful as we obtain valuable artifacts. After being bullied as a child, Kylo's rise to power meant bad news for those around him. Devoid of a clear compass, he colluded with corrupt officials and bandits, forcing those in guilds to commit terrible misdeeds on his behalf. Proving our worth over Kylo, it becomes clear that he ruled with fear and respect, with those previously forced to follow him, finishing him off the second he weakens. And that's about it for the main story points of Chapter 2. But if we move on, let's head back to the Axiom archive and actually rip the bandage of what exactly is going on here. Again, in terms of gameplay order, this finally becomes available at the very end. So I guess it's a spoiler at this point in the game, but I'm going to be explaining each part of what we find up here as it becomes relevant across the main story. I'm not just going to be lore dumping in immediately like the game does. Instead, using it to shine a light on the context and lore of the many characters we'll meet and fight. So, Axiom forcing our way to the top floor of the archives, there'll be 6 volumes of archive records we can read. 107 total entries are contained within, each representing one cycle of this world, one loop, if you will. You see, Micro and Elustin from earlier are 2 of the 4 ancient, very powerful beings working to maintain the balance of the abyss. The third is Master Doom, who will meet a lot later on in Chapter 9, and the fourth isn't actually definitively named. It's only that they say there are 4 guardians, but I have a pretty certain idea of who that one is, which we'll get to later. But another question we have to answer before diving into all of this is, what exactly is the abyss? Well, what I can tell, the abyss is one of the spaces, the entire fabric of time is similar but different universe. The unified threads that the world presents it's what the source of energy and power, which I think the other worlds below the abyss come from. It holds all of the power that the realities themselves can't contain. Yet sometimes abyss artifacts fall from the sky, pieces of the abyss itself, with those on the ground like Kylo that are using that power to suit their ends. Now, as far as anyone can tell, the abyss has existed since the dawn of time. Pure power, but before you tell us anything something that the abyss could possibly have an extent of good. But part of it, at least, seemingly have the capacity to develop consciousness, and as the power of the abyss began to overflow down into the land of Pyro, scattering artifacts, it entered the minds of those on the ground. As it did so, the earthly sin desires contained within the minds of those who touch the artifacts that seem to allocate the abyss, and as the abyss stared back at them, it believed such desires to be the true reflection of the world, and consciousness gathered to power us to become as well. Suddenly, this itself was the far most powerful part of Pyro, although I don't worry that the world can maintain the balance at this point, it escaped from our grounds to initiate a time loop, reversing or resetting Pyro history, like Groundhog Day or Edge of Tomorrow, with another shop saw another go around and defeating Umbra. But Elustin and the others already knew that Umbra itself would survive this process, for the abyss is a place that exists outside of time, and seemingly as beings of it themselves, they are forbidden to meddle too directly in space. All they can do is to define some from time on, and recognize it also distinctly absolute defense versus their second loop of the world program, but self-destruct one in our minds. As the evidence of waste probe was developed behind five voices of our hands to the hierarchies behind and below, a complete reflection of the waste in the future heading that was their strength, and the third loop to deference. First, is a number of power that always have their infinity of deference to the ground, like the actions in place of science that you could be. So there's only a second found the power of the sense of strongest. By Loop 4, they decided that their champion would be Cliff. His immense power and unwavering spirit was clearly something they could work with, and over the next 100 or so attempts, they would tweak and guide him with the hope of achieving their goal. If week 5, they enlisted the help. Explaining why Cliff to this otherwise shy Cliff simply chose to ignore that call. In Loop 8, he similarly refused the power of the crow, refusing to jump from the abyss, unlike we did at the end of Chapter 1. Then the entries fast forward. Received the Force Mark ability with the additional help of Master Zhejiang, who we'll meet in Chapter 9. I also think he's most likely to be the fourth being maintaining the balance of the abyss, but we'll explore this more when we get to that point. There's also an indication that the four beings didn't always agree on how to approach this, with mention of a dispute with Master Doom. Perhaps that infighting is also partially to blame for the group's continued failures in defeating Umbra. But that's the end of Volume 1 in the archives, so let's jump back to the main storyline to meet more of the characters that will be mentioned in later archive entries. After defeating behind the scenes. Then, thanks to dealing with the Gold Leaf merchants, we'll be granted a patch of land on Howling Hill from Marquis Circus that the Greymanes can call their new, albeit temporary, home. On first arriving at the camp, we'll meet a second playable character, but whose story only actually spans a very small portion of the main questline. Damien hails from the now fallen House Spencer. We don't know much about the house, only that it was destroyed and its records all razed. The Spencer pistol and Damien's own firearm specialization perhaps suggests that they manufactured guns. But left with nothing at a young age, Damien was taken in by Countess Beatrice of House Vazarian, from whom she learned swordsmanship. Quite what she's doing at the Greymane camp will become clear a few chapters from now. He was arrested in a conflict before being imprisoned at the houses of healing. Now, this is our first demonstration of how the video helmet operated. The advanced technology of Delicia in general could be used for evil. At the houses of healing, these helmets are used on patients to pacify and control their minds. Though, according to Yan, it simply sends people crazy. Exploring further around the region somewhat, we uncover some memories and notes expanding on this place a little more. First of all, it's very clear that this place would be best described as an asylum. Patients ushered along in lines, all forced to wear hospital gowns, with a memory showing the guards aren't afraid to use violence against those who don't comply. A memory of one patient who escaped by jumping from the bridge outside is confused and delusional, but appears to have regained some semblance of sanity purely by distancing themselves from the institution. To the outside world, the place is of course presented as perfectly above board, with even a mother standing her own just 10 nights. So basically, this is where the reprobates of an ad are locked up away from everyone else. The Visione merely a tool to aid in compliance. If you think that's screwed up, the rest of Chapter 3 also goes pretty hard. Heading off to find two more Greymanes, Naira and Andrew, we find ourselves at the manor of Count Grace, and are thrown into the tale of the devil of the reed field. Arriving there, the place has become a slaughterhouse, thanks to the return of the devil. Exactly. Well, already, Glenbright Manor has a couple memories to shed some light on this. The Lord of Glenbright Manor, the esteemed Count Alistair Grace, whom Naira and Andrew have been employed to protect, sought desperately to preserve his house's legacy. Famed mostly for sponsoring the development of cloud-cast technology, the man was no doubt admired in his public life. So, he travelled the countryside using his wealth and status to seduce multiple women, before eventually succeeding in siring one bastard heir. In his early youth, Aldrin fell sick with the plague, and rather than continuing to care for an unwell son, Count Grace saw his son no longer fit to serve as an heir, but instead a stain on the family's honour. Disgusted by Aldrin's presence, his mother and father locked him away inside the manor, forcing him to wear a mask to disguise the face of a leper. He was deliberately kept out of the public eye and became the shame of Count Grace. One day, after crawling out of his room because he could no longer bear the imprisonment, Aldrin was viciously scolded by his parents.
Don't touch me. Stay back.
I
I told you to stay quiet, Yoga. You crawled out to cause a scene. I couldn't bear it any longer. I begged them.
His letter of a son living under the same roof, and the visual taste to get rid of him. It's not like all the people from one the air.
Parents arranged to have their son killed and his body tossed in reed fields. Now, this place down in the south has a history of being where society's disregarded goat die. To understand this, we need to jump a little ahead
And read the book, Tales of the Sunset Valley, founded in the village of the same name, the Blueberry Fields in the southern Western
Iowa. Quote, there was once a shunned expanse of land where lepers were cut to rot, but more corpses came in on stretches than there were ever sick men to fill them. Those whose deaths had to remain unspoken, those slain in secret, and those silenced so they would tell no tales. All were thrown here. The day a great stone fell from the heavens. Ever since, reeds have grown thick and unnaturally lush over the burial ground. Faint, dying whispers ride the breeze among the stalks, and when the wind goes still, something else stirs within.
These fields were by all of these specialists, whether it's themselves as like saturating and fertilizer, but again, as previously served as a hidden burial ground for everyone's society rejected it too. I said, this formed by the event reflecting the darkness of the world, and what we expect is what happened then. Many of this time is a grave of past rejection, all the loneliness, malice, and lust for revenge of the neighbor's corpses after rot flows into the power of the events. Funerals is more powerful than consent. I suppose the book contains what you experience with the reads, but gave rise to life. It is for the living, not in those whose hearts burn through hate. Listening, this consideration feels their soul before them, as though before their eyes they are no longer human. All of us bound to believe that the demons wander in flesh. The last point of letters
And denied all peace, they haunt forever the land that took them.
just as a common scarecrows
Watch over tender grain, the devil's straw men keep watch over tender minds. They appear as silent companions to the broken and lost. But beware the turning of the tide. When a soul comes to believe the scarecrow's whisper is its only counsel, and when it feels the whole world has turned its back, only then
will the possessed effigy flee. The rise of the devil's king, posting on chosen and dragging them down into the darkness of madness. And that is exactly what happens to Walter and Grace. Born of noble birth, it comes to access the lowest of the low things with entirely beyond his control. What more could Walter do but open his soul to the whisper of the scarecrow? Now, I believe when Walter was given
kill him out of the refields, one of two things happened. Either the Housegrace butler did as he was told, killed Aldrin, so he thought, and tossed him out here away from the eyes of the world, or he took pity. And the reason I say this is because in the memory, where he's ordered to do this, he seems pretty reluctant. Maybe instead of killing Aldrin, he told him to run away and never return. This would explain the final clue tying into this whole thing, which we find in the Sunset Valley itself. This down here is a village made up entirely of lepers, or patients, as they've come to be described, as well as many healers, who care for them as best they can in this place of nature and beauty. And for a village infested with sickness, walking its streets, you wouldn't necessarily know it. Most of the patients spend their days tending crops and living as idyllically as they can, save for one house in the middle. Stepping inside, this place is a shrine to scarecrows, all wearing reed devil helms, same as the one worn by Aldrin back in the manor. It's also where we find the book we just read, and the definitive mask of the reed devil himself, confirmed to have been left by Cat Grace's bastard son. Therefore, either after being resurrected by the abyssal power of the Reedfields or let go by House Glenbright's butler, Aldrin made his way to this village and for a time lived in this house. But, as described in the book, the feeling of abandonment by his noble family was so overwhelmingly strong that as the power of the abyss seeped into the boy's soul, it nurtured only malice and a desire for revenge. So now, we return to the present. Cliff has just arrived at Glenbright Manor looking for Lyra. Spirit of his vengeful son. But, despite the Greymane protection, Lyra and Andrew are unable to stop the Redevil from exacting his revenge.
Or is it perhaps the killer that makes you tremble so? Please, you are my own flesh and blood. Pathetic, but such deliverance suits you perfectly.
In fairness, the Count definitely had that coming, and trying to appeal to being flesh and blood despite the fact that it didn't matter a lick to him just illustrates what a hypocrite he is. Or was. But even after getting a very justified revenge, the Redevil's vengeance is far from satiated, and as he also then threatens the lives of the Greymanes, we, Cliff, have no choice but to pursue and defeat him. Chasing the devil into the Reedfields, he recites his tragic life story whilst also trying to kill us in one of the coolest boss fights in the entire game. I mean, even more so now, understanding his whole backstory.
His words are hands upon me. Daughter, such a creature claimed to bear my noble blood. Suffer not this mortal toil, and utter out the name of your death.
But even proving ourselves superior in combat, the Redevil proves to be a foe we can never truly kill. A spirit formed of the suffering of thousands who will endure so long as there are those cast out to hear its whispers.
You may kill this single form, but you cannot kill me. Stand and fight. The grudge born by this mask shall live on within every hateful heart.
Finally, with that done, returning to the Redevil's house in Sunset Valley, Cliff will now recognize it as such, with the other villagers having this to say.
Whose house is this? No one's. Who would live in such a resentful place? I found a mask inside. Someone had no one just like it. All of them were crafted by a nameless man. The mask. All those scarecrows. Or that must have needed a friend. So, etched on every mask. I understand how it feels. Being outcast, shunned by all. I don't know if he turned against the world turned against him.
As well as just showing how tragic the Redevil story actually is, this whole encounter also drives home the importance of Cliff's never-ending resolve to help others, to use his power to better the lives of thousands for very little personal gain. He needs to make the world a better place, to drive out as much pain and suffering as possible, because that is what gives beings like Umbra their power. Were it not for the world casting out their waters into the Reedfields, then like the Redevil could never materialize. Yet, on a hopeful note, even next to all of that suffering, we still have the village of Sunset Valley, a monument to the very best of humanity, right next to a monument to gods, creating a tranquil paradise amidst never-ending suffering. And whilst the fields may remain haunted by the lesser scarecrows, the fact that the Redevil himself doesn't actually ever surface, perhaps suggests that there's hope for the world. But the remainder of chapter 3 revolves around tracking down more Greymanes and expanding on Temple and having an introduction to Chapter 4 begins with a visit to the Clinton workshop, the place that is time to become crucial for the use and crafting of two gear. As the store, larger, Abyss artifacts and later become incredibly powerful with lots of special gear. Cliff, though, is seemingly drawn here entirely by chance, after hearing an explosion and seeing a plume of smoke from over on Howling Hill. I mean, what a convenient turn of events to get Cliff to the very place he needs to be. But if we remember that this world has run through many time loop cycles at this point, this is actually the 108th attempt by the Ancients, chance events like this begin to feel significantly less like chance. In fact, I go so far as to say that this very explosion was likely orchestrated by the likes of Crow and Lucid. This one, as many events they figured out need to happen to manipulate Cliff to and from the places he needs to go to get what he needs to have any hope of defeating Umbra. It's kind of like the final cycle of Groundhog Day. Bill Murray knows all of the upcoming events of the day purely through having experienced them so many times. He knows, for instance, exactly when a kid is going to fall out of a tree and when he needs to be there to rescue him. And whilst Cliff may not have the memories of events to come quite like that, the Ancients guiding him do. And now that we know that, all of the quest objectives that seem to spring up out of nowhere really start to make sense. After repairing the kilns and starting practicing building cuckoo gear, a large chunk of Chapter 4 is then spent trying out some of the smaller activities of day-to-day life. Perhaps learning some crucial skills or instilling humility that leads to Cliff's eventual success. But let's be real, it's also just a way for the developers to introduce us to even more game mechanics. Things begin to heat up when we head to the Scholarstone Institute, though. Here directly by Elucidin himself, through a letter shoved into our hands on the streets of Hanans. I guess despite not initially having success by contacting Cliff directly in previous loops, they figured out that past a certain point, Cliff will follow their advice. So, approaching the Scholarstone, our path is blocked by a bismuth barrier. But luckily, at the very same moment, the spectre of a goblin appears to teach us focused force power, allowing us to blast our way through. I mean, how convenient is that? This will let us grasp is Master Do, or perhaps an echo of Master Do left here in preparation for our attack. We'll consider again that this is just the Ancients going through the motions of guiding Cliff past all possible obstacles. These appearances begin to make sense. Perfect sense. Scholarstone and its neighbouring village, Toronto, is deliberately sealed away from the outside world to ensure it remains as untouched by corruption as possible. For years, this has allowed the Toronto trolls to study countless facets of the universe largely unthreatened. Thus, when we arrive, we learn that the Institute has been facing far more unnatural events than usual in recent times. Just like pretty much everything, this is once again directly connected to the Abyss, and being the ultimate source of primordial power, the Institute have pulled immense resources into studying over the years. Though it seems few have ever actually set foot there, making all of Cliff's abilities very special indeed. Many here spend their entire lives studying the Abyss without ever actually stepping foot in it. This left one scholar named Octavius to actually construct a form of abyssal gate right here on the Institute grounds. After we helped to open it up, things go as you might expect when opening a crude portal to another world. Unfortunately, in his desperation to probe the secrets of the Abyss, Octavius acted way too hastily, opening a portal not to a puzzle area like we normally find, but to a dark facet of the void beyond, Tenebra. Despite Cliff's efforts to stop him, he's too late, both to close the portal and to save Octavius. You know, I've just realised that this may slightly be a reference to Spider-Man 2, what with a scientist named Octavius refusing to shut down a very dangerous experiment. Luckily, Cliff is able to defeat this creature made of black cloud by hitting it. Hey, odds are Cliff died to this thing in the previous cycle, so the Ancients probably adjusted his powers to ensure we could win. That's gonna be my headcanon anyway. However, in defeating Tenebra, something is triggered atop Scholarstone's Spire of Stars. Another actual portal to the Abyss, where a void monster isn't going to eat us. Turning up that, we'll find Octavius one final time. The void didn't immediately kill him, but rather teleported him up here. Either anything in significantly process, which is probably the most likely thing that happened, or possibly warping time, so that Octavius has actually been trapped here for years. Probably the former. But being here at this exact moment allows us to learn something else crucial. See, we are not the only ones running around up here completing Abyss puzzles and absorbing boundless power. is Gabriel Caliber, the Duke of Dennis, once a virtuous man, yet now entirely corrupted by the power of the abyss. One of the core antagonists of film, so something that right now makes absolutely zero sense. But it will later. So, let's just say for now that Caliburn somehow has an awareness of who we are and is aware that Cliff is his adversary. Floating back down to Pywell, we share with the scholars what happened, and they promise to find out more about this mysterious man and what he wants, not actually realizing at all who it is quite yet. Chapter 5 begins with the invitation to a Hanadian banquet, invited by Marquis Circus, who bequeaths us Howling Hill, where a large delegation from the neighbouring Demonists will also be attending. The celebration that Damien spoke to us from, telling her outside the castle walls and climbing on the horse to assist it to something we'll meet shortly. Damien finally divulges some of the details behind her own story. Remember how earlier I said Damien was taken in by House Azarian? Well, her swordmaster, Lady Beatrice, is now missing. We'll come back to all of that later, but now it's time to attend the banquet, with the leader of the Daemonist delegation, Grand General Bastier, promising that the day will be memorable. Heading inside with Marquis Circus and the Golden Midler, we also first learn of an event called the Beyond Coronation, where Duke Caliburn slaughtered countless Demonisian nobles in a sort of red wedding type scenario. We'll learn more about that later. But now a fanfare, and a special gift from Duke Caliburn's Grand General, Bastier, a chained creature from the north captured to stand as a monument of Demonist strength and ability to subdue any foe. This creature is called Kirush the Slayer, and is also mentioned in an entry at the Axiom Archive. In Cycle 17, attempts were made to make Kirush incredibly helpful, and there's a moment later where it still is, but just like we see here, other humans messed everything up. By locking Kirush in a zoo, his despair turned into savagery, and the ancients were forced to persevere without such strength. In this cycle, that strength will instead be used against us. In their attempts to execute Kirush, the beast merely gets very pissed off and lashes out at the entire banquet, forcing us to defeat him in a very difficult early fight. This may have been a deliberate point by Dennis to kill some nobles and capture the region, but one day we eventually drive Kirush off, eventually is back to the pagan land. Later on, there is some quest for the captured trickle white form instead of its souls, and Kirush will temporarily become our ally, just as the ancient Guardians wanted. Indeed, looking at how this was when he fights him, the reason this wasn't permanent is because he would have just carried every single fight. He would have made for an awesome round. But back to Chapter 5, and whilst Damien heads off to investigate Bastier further, we see the lead on another Demonisian force moving into the grounds. A message from White Crow warns that one unauthorized is crossing over from the abyss, and the boundary between the two worlds is slowly beginning to crumble. This is an introduction to the Arbotians, and the task of restoring the abyss's phantoms, wrestling them back from the followers of Umbra to keep the world in balance. Like a whole religion with deacons and things dedicated to ensuring Umbra wins in the end, but very largely related to the side quests and imposters. I wouldn't try to cover them all. Now, the phantoms themselves that keep the abyss in balance from the ground weren't actually constructed until Loop 19, so presumably, if left long enough and Umbra's power rising, the abyss would have just sort of collapsed before, and these prevent that from happening a while longer. Back at Anand Castle, and already it's been threatened by another threat, one came through here seeking a risky secret gate to the abyssal archive. A pro-life man, as is the Cycle brothers, who sought out and almost slew a Lucian.
We must find her quickly. Follow the crow and stop the Black Witch. Who is that? One who covets White Crow's power. If he succeeds in claiming it, White Crow must never fall into her hands, no matter what. You must do whatever it takes. Go after him. Find White Crow.
Remember how back in the second loop, a fragment of White Crow was devoured by Umbra? Well, in Cycle 18, that fragmented part resurfaced as another being entirely. A dark reflection of White Crow herself called Hexa Marie. We won't actually meet Hexa Marie for a while yet, but I think it's important to understand this context now. See, just like one crow harbors a motherly nurturing care for Cliff, guiding us through countless cycles of the world to achieve their goal, Hexamarie inherited a twisted version of this as well, forever desiring to make Cliff her son, but being forced to settle for other, lesser beings. Apparently, Master Do had a hand in protecting Cliff from Hexamarie's influence. Now, one of her other children was called Draven, the Crowcaller, who she took in after recognizing his talents. Draven wholeheartedly embraced the power of darkness and walked the path of corruption, all with the hope of impressing his mother. Draven simply wasn't Cliff, or the Greymane, as Hexamarie always seems to refer to us. This simply bred a seething jealousy Crowcaller, and everything since it resolved to do more and more to impress his mother, including now kidnapping her counterpart, Crow, with the intention of making her once again whole, but with evil. Fights across the land and interreminisce ensue against Crumble, and overhanded to the voice actor, you can really have the jealousy of the master with hatred and belittling every single one. After fleeing from us to twice now, you pursue Crowcaller back to the abyss, embraced by activating the servants of God. Crowcaller's message was multiple priests of soul and a certain sacrifices to his mother. In an epic three-stage showdown of possibilities for the attempts to kill the man whose shadow he's lived in his entire life. Pretty much summing up, I think everybody feels about Crimson Desert, not caring about the story. But hey, hopefully this video is starting to change your mind, and it's coming easily. So comment below, how are you feeling about all thus far? Is the story making more sense, or is it still just a matter of disjointed random plots? I might have sounded a little excessive, I think hatred is just a negative version of love, but that's actually kind of pretty sad. She was all the killing and sacrificing. So, ending Crowcaller once and for all, almost, then releasing White Crow from her cage, we prevent what may have been a second unstoppable threat from materializing. I actually doubt that this whole bit was orchestrated by the Ancients. I mean, it's a hell of a risk to take if it was. Though, to be fair, it isn't clear if reversing time would just turn White Crow back into her two separate halves again. I think the rule is that the world below can be reversed, but not the abyss. Hence, beings like Hexamarie and others we'll meet later can persist across multiple cycles. With that done though, Chapter 5 comes to a close, with both halves opening doors to more events that will come to later. We jump into Chapter 6. This one revolves around fighting a war in the territory of Fate. It's also our first time fighting the Black Bears against its controller. In fact, this time we explore exactly why the Black Bears did attack us. Cycle 26, the Ancients finally discovered motivating Cliff to keep pushing forward. Under Theon's leadership and with his fellow workmates, his life became way too comfortable. His day-to-day comings and goings becoming indifferent to the goings-on of the wider world. He needed a push to act, and the death of Gian and destruction of Peilun eventually proved the only way to do this. Initially, they even attempted to push Cliff further, to the side of Mjolnir, a bitter mistake that caused Cliff to sink into uncontrollable darkness. By cycle 36, Cliff completely lacked any motivation to restore balance, repeating failure after failure, forcing a new approach to be sought out. This is where Damien began to play a more prominent role, initially brought in with the hope that she would do better than Cliff. The Ancients ultimately struggled in deciding the purpose of her path. We'll see later that she does play a crucial role in a certain moment, but for the most most part, she does feel like someone brought in with very little unique purpose. But jumping back into Chapter 6 itself, we're summoned for an audience with Charles Celeste, the Duke of Fernand, who tasks us with aiding in the war against the Black Bears and Calphate. This is a crucial series of events, not only to strengthen the region, but to reunite Cliff with his best pal, Wonka. Life Cycle 46. So let's just touch on the key points of importance. After retaking multiple strategic points around Calphate, the Bears unveil their secret weapon. These engines that are described as resembling tank designs by the Architect. It also has a proof that the Bears have a backer with far greater wealth and technological proficiency. According to these tanks' law entry, their weight is damaged for abilities themselves. Taking those out then, and pressing onwards to the castle, we're reunited with Onka for the first time since the prologue, wasting absolutely no time for a heartfelt reunion.
Situation.
There's absolutely a reason, by the way, that Cliff doesn't have any emotions, and we'll get to it later. Further back in the courtyard is also Marquis Deputy Lamford, and inside the keep itself, the betrayer, Cassius Morgan. He is underscored by one of my favourite boss tracks in the game. He looks awesome and serves as a brilliant single-stage fight. To the south of Calphate, we can also learn of his weakness through this conversation memory.
Cassius Morgan, the man no blade could touch, has become our enemy. Can you use the offer?
That conversation is honestly dealt with.
Only if you just promised to finish your wish. I will. I've waited a long time for this day.
Returning now to Palin, the Greymanes are not immediately welcomed back with open arms. Together, the Greymanes and Blue Fangs quickly make plans to retake the capital of Palu, targeting strategic weak points to reduce enemy power as efficiently as possible, given our numbers are far smaller than theirs. And after setting all of that in motion, during a moment alone with Torstein, he theorizes that Jean Donnelly after falling into a trap, one that he suspects that Ludwig also has a hand in, making Ludwig out, perhaps, to be a more conniving foe than even Mjolnir himself. After setting several traps and mounting a couple of rescue missions, our smaller band of warriors finally leads an all-out assault in Palu, seizing it back with relative ease before finally confronting its new leader.
Well, you Greymanes are a hard lot to kill. Clawing your way back from death's door over and over. How'd you do it? Let's find out. Shall we?
Yeah, I don't think Ludwig's fully ready to comprehend the answer to that question. So let's just fight it instead. But it pretty quickly transpires that Ludwig too appears to have been granted some abyssal powers, namely the power to channel lightning and absorb the life force of others to make himself stronger. After lasting against Ludwig's ultimate power, Dwayne attempts to extract any useful information from him, but in a moment of carelessness, allows Ludwig to escape. Now branded one-armed Ludwig, on account of, well, just having had his arm cut off. Then it's on to the Black Bears, Mjolnir. A chance for Cliff to get some personal revenge. With the Blue Fangs leading us through our assault against Mjolnir's magic fortress, the powerful is reaching Mjolnir himself. Cut the head, snap, the chance for multiple brains to show off their own fighting skill. It's an awesome sequence that which feels all those earlier moments where we reunited with each of these characters. Now we're found them into a specialist force to take back our full lives. Realized mostly as a lone wolf in this game, something like this step out of his master. Leland himself is, of course, one of the things that inspired a lot of figures, because Christ is one of the game's main villains.
Let's end it for real this time!
Interesting to think that in previous timelines, these two were allies. It would have been cool to see how that played out, or even just the fact that the ancients thought that might have been a good idea. Mjolnir is very clearly a savage beast, and defeating him, Cliff is poetically able to use the same move Mjolnir used on us at the start of the game, and, just like us, Mjolnir seems to fall to his death.
This is what brings down power. Defies me.
Oh shit. 3 guesses where Mjolnir has gained this additional power from. Yet, once again, the abyss was filled with everything. Despite his newfound power, Mjolnir is unable to defeat us without the help of a last-minute stealth attack from one Ludwig.
Anyone, finish him now. Destroy him. More! I just needed more! A little more power can be dealt with!
Incapacitated by being knocked into a pit, Cliff needs to rest this time, apparently, because story reasons. I mean, normally he just needs to down a few pots of soup, but this gives Unka his moment to shine.
No, you go after Mjolnir. Ludwig's mine.
Honestly, given Cliff's power scaling at this point, I have no doubt that he could have also defeated Ludwig again. But also, as Unka just provided a nice sense of pace, even though we are forced to relearn a bunch of game mechanics during a boss fight. Again, I think from a development standpoint, they could have done more to utilize Damien and Unka, and hopefully they will in future updates. It feels like there's a lot of untapped potential to both. In Ludwig's final moments, he fully divulges his hand in the betrayal at the start of the game.
He promised me all of Payload if I removed an obstacle for him. So the jackals could finally outshine the grey lady. Does it look familiar? You have earned Ichia's death. Payload will become mine. If you fucking just stay at work. Forever. Listening to your rambling.
Yeah, more Unka moments like this would be very wrong. The fact proclaimed that Queens finally gather for a proper farewell to Jean, moving us into Chapter 8. Though you may be wondering just why the reclamation of Payload was even necessary to begin with. Chapters 6 and 7 could definitely be argued as a distraction from the real problems manifesting death. Well, in Cycle 39, that's one way to leave Payload into conflict entirely. Peaceful, but this merely led to Demonis' eventual, perhaps unexpected invasion of Hanan instead, with the reinforcements sent by Tian proving too little too late. Presumably this accelerated the end of the world in that timeline, so an initial strike in Payloon proved a necessary sacrifice, putting everyone else on high alert and turning the Grey Mane remnants into a specialist, tactical, pissed-off force hell-bent on revenge. Chapter 8 mostly revolves around the politics of Demonis. With Myrdin still undefeated, Torstein informs us that he and the Black Bears fled to Demonis, one of the key events leading us back there. Before that, though, Cliff receives yet another letter from White Crow, this time sent on behalf of another witch named Maigu and her sister, who hail from the eastern continent. These two are also mentioned in the Abyssal Archive, having been introduced as far back as Cycle 25, with the hopes of granting Cliff even greater strength. The continental witches and their sanctums just weren't quite cutting it. This plea for help, therefore, may in fact be another deliberate ploy to ensure they and Cliff meet during this run of things. Meeting Maigu in a bamboo forest filled with horses, who was captured by Bastiers of Royal Aid, Gregor to help us damage, and imprisoned in the nearby fort of Ironclads. Gregor can also be seen in a memory over here, having slaves slaughtered down in the Mistveil Forest Painted Cave, and in order to free Woosa, we'll first have to take him down, dealing the first of many blows to Demonis' corrupt leadership.
This is the price of the path you chose.
Now, these witches were brought in to serve not just as additional powerful aids to Cliff, but due to their unique skills in meddling with time. We already know that the ancients have the power to reverse it, as they've done countless times, but Maigu and Woosa are described to have more of an ability to peer into the past and affect time itself.
We always tread lightly, using our powers only to mend what has strayed from the natural order.
With Woosa rescued and reunited with her sister, we have to their help in the early winter. This also gave time for the remains of Blue Fangs to get more information on the item. Then they confirmed to be allied with the Equal faction led by Grand General Bastier. However, much like Anand, Demonis is still split into multiple smaller regions, ruled over by individual houses, like Countess Colette Azarian, sister to Beatrice, whom Damien mentioned earlier as her missing swordmaster. So the path forward is clear. Find Countess Azarian and learn what more we can about Myrdin and Bastier. The Countess doesn't quite have the answers, but she does have a theory.
I have been searching for my sister Beatrice, the rightful heir to my title and estate. Her disappearance and the tragedy that befell your people. I believe the one who holds true power over this land is behind it all.
You mean the royal family?
No, one who sits higher still. The man who purged the king's loyalists and seized the throne. Duke Caliban. I believe my sister was conducting an investigation into his affairs, but I've heard nothing from her since that bloody coronation.
If you remember, the bloody coronation was mentioned earlier at the Hanad banquet as the violent slaughter of Demonisian nobles, as is shocking power played by Duke Caliban. With the Countess directing us toward multiple other clues across Demonis, we, with the help of Visione memories, uncover a far wider political conspiracy that's been going on behind the scenes. The slaughter up in Paloon was first planned right in Demonis by Grand General Bastier and his co-conspirators from House Byron and Marshall that we see through these memories. They were also responsible for hunting down and punishing multiple other houses after the bloody coronation. Clearly, nothing more than their own satisfaction and amusement, with the only one Bastier wanting to personally pass judgment on being Beatrice Azarian, the woman that Damien now desperately searches for. Learning all of this, Cliff then does something a little cold for his character, but completely understandable, infiltrating Windmere Manor and assassinating one of the men responsible for so much of his campaign. We can see from a memory in this very room that he in fact gave the direct order to Myrdin, improving more and more to basically just be the vicious puppet of others. If we remain in this memory, we can also read two documents that further expand on the wider Demonisian plot here. In fact, it's laid out step by step exactly what they planned to do. Step 1, secure Paloon. Use the jackals to kill Gian and allow the Black Bears to traffic Palonese slaves. Step 2, sow chaos in Hanat. Get inside the head of Walter Lanford, adopted son of Stefan Lanford, filling his mind with insecurities about being of low birth and ultimately pushing him to go and form Bleed Bandits, the main bandit clan terrorizing Hanat. Then step 3, seize Caliphate Castle by corrupting Cassius Morton, as we saw in Chapter 6. Succeeding in this would grant Demonis leadership over all of Payloon and Hanat. As for Delesia, to the southeast, which we'll travel to later, they instead established an alliance, through means that, again, we'll come to later. Another letter, in this memory, also draws the assumption that the Black Bears and Jackals will eventually tear themselves apart, ensuring that those high factions don't later themselves become a threat. Now, all of these plans, you could say, have been executed with near precognitive precision, similar to how events unfold outside, what with the ancient Guardians of the Abyss having trial and errored over 100 scenarios at this point.
Could it be that our enemies have somehow also been doing the same thing this whole time? Endless repeating battle where both sides learn from their mistakes?
Climax. With Byron slain, we return to Countess Azarian and Damien, who's returned to her home in time to hear the terrible news about Beatrice.
Grand General Bastier. He's imprisoned your swordmaster. She might still be alive. One of my comrades says.
I'm going after her.
Go find Naira. She can help you.
With Damien running off to find her swordmaster, we must now aim to activate and push back against Bastier. Our first task is to aid his influence against the enemy of imposing refugees of human shields that make a direct assault difficult. Fontaine, the Complex, was once a high-ranking warrior of the world's states, but by so many others was won over with the ideology of Bastier and Palestinian. He was also the soul of power. As a curse from Hexer, who of course is working in this whole plot, experience that splitting of one's soul herself, she passed the power on to Fontaine, who was thus an all-of a sudden a very annoying devil to throw off that funding throughout this whole time. After this power came, Fontaine be defeated in battle, then executed as thanks to our aid retaking this castle, Duval reveals that he was the survivor of the bloody coronation, and of course it includes things was to be added. Of course, the bloody coronation was spent lost, but luckily, one of the nice that can appear into its echoes, hopefully, we can find a clue. This memory further reveals that Duke Cleveland's ultimate plan is to conquer all fire, removing all threats to his
Reign like the Greymaids and any houses that would oppose his rule. Why exactly?
as a once honorable chief transformed into a power-hungry maniac. Well, that's why it's blowing through the
Memory just before the bloody coronation, we learn what the nobles expected to happen on this day. See, Caliburn may be the standing ruler of Demonis, but it does have its own king. Edward Sorrel is the king of Demonis, but he's also been bound to a sickbed for a very long time. And without decisive leadership, the power vacuum left behind has thrown Demonis into turmoil, leaving Caliburn to serve in a position similar to Denethor's in Lord of the Rings. And much like Denethor, Caliburn is unwilling to cede his power very willingly, luring the opposing nobles into a trap after noting their
increasing dissatisfaction. All of believes that Edward Sorrel was about to make his action earliest levels of the world a part of plan against another. This was this place of every time.
a character mentioned in the archives, but who we never actually meet in game, with the book simply saying, may he never be forgotten. I think it's fair to say that the disciples of Umbra had a hand in making sure that tactic could never work, and might have even been the cause of King Thorell getting sick to begin with, opening a window of opportunity for Duke Caliban. We still don't know yet exactly why. Back to the memory, and as the nobles begin to grow restless, Duke Caliban springs his trap.
As we get into the past, this terrible memory hits. Something happens that could little senses our present.
As we stand here in the future, and with his own abyssal powers that pulls us into the past.
So, a rat has No, I'll deal with him. You are no ordinary vermin. I remember you from the abyss. Have you met before? No, I've never met a rat alive.
This nicely explains how exactly Caliban recognized us in the abyss earlier on. He remembers us from this moment in the past at the bloody coronation, so is confused when he comes across us again later in the abyss, despite defeating us here.
Your sword is blunt and your mind is frail. There is no world where your steel shall ever strike me.
Crowning himself as king, Caliban has left Cliff very problematically trapped in the past. Luckily, we spend the earlier part of this chapter aiding two witches with the ability to time travel, who come swiftly to our aid as Cliff is being escorted to the south.
Seems we've arrived at just the right time. I hope you'll forgive me.
One thing that isn't totally clear here is how much time has passed before the witches come to our rescue. Now, I think it's immediately after Caliban beats us. This whole time travel sequence has slightly less saturated color grading,
Which is consistent here, and only the witches can time travel, so why would they rescue us at the first available opportunity? The moments were away from Caliban, but with Cliff incapacitated again, the moments to flashback to the future.
and catch up with Damien's quest to rescue her swordmaster. Now knowing that Beatrice was captured by General Bastia himself, we find her locked away in the Demonician prison cells, where it's sadly too late to save her. Devastated and enraged at the loss of the closest person in her life, Damien has nothing left to do but kill the one responsible. Bastia has positioned his forces at the foot of the Spire of Clockwork, another entrance to the abyss above. But thanks to Damien, he won't ever get to head through. Just like with Unka, this fight is difficult mainly because of an
Unfamiliarity with the skills of the weekend. Bastia also proves to have his own source of abyssal power to play. Exactly. Well, I'd say from Bastia's perspective, it's Caliban's. But as we've already been exploring through the abyssal warranties, Umbra is really the ultimate foe at the center of the consciousness of the abyss itself, and that is a young reflection of the war's aspects of humanity. Taking out of the Bastia's input, who recognizes the unfortunate loyal to the end, ensures he cannot be captured, and as Damien looks out for his body, as he is a fine fortress to here. Meanwhile, over at Fort Musket's first release period, Caliban and Yung2Syck gather their Chapter 9, what are the differences that the deaths, for which the game's named, avoiding in the forest of horror, so they heal, safe open.
Cliff is contacted by another of the four ancient beings that safeguard the abyss, Master Do.
You can finally hear me.
Who are you?
One with words meant for your ears. Rules open the heart in ways words never could.
You've been watching me.
It matters little. What is important is the path you walk and the one still ahead. To save others, one must first find strength within. Come, find me.
This begins the multitude of trials that Chapter 9 is made up of. Whilst Cliff's adventures thus far have been about instilling humility, care for others, and a drive to do what is right simply because it is, none of that matters if Cliff still lacks the sheer power to actually defeat Caliber in the end. Aided once again by the Eastern witches who saved us, we are led through a tunnel taking us to the Crimson Desert to purify the golden statue of our soon-to-be new master, revealing
4 tablets that guiding us to 4 trials that we now must overcome. How is it that Cliff has such trials are ready to go for him in this world? Well, again, given the timely trial
and error nature of the whole thing, these trials have been honed by Master Do across a multitude of cycles. First beginning in Cycle 18, when Hexa Marie first resurfaced in the world. And in order to ensure Cliff doesn't actually end up becoming her son, we are instead sent on a trial to defeat her. The Tarot Sorcerers of Northern Demonis have long used their magic
to help safeguard the order of the abyss, the very beings that guard us. But Hexa Marie has remained a major antagonist to their goals throughout the time, corrupting phantoms and doing everything she can to further empower people, which she herself is now.
So, cleansing a nearby sanctum, White Crow warns us of what we're about to face.
I sense her, hiding within her own domain, drawing strength in darkness. First, you must destroy the stone wall that masks her presence. It will not be an easy battle. Keep cautious and vigilant.
Destroying the totems around Hexa Marie's sanctuary forces her to materialize and fight, but not before twisting the knife a little more in the corpse of her son, Crowpool.
How disappointing. I couldn't even carry out your mother's command. Not that I ever expected much from you. Just like my time.
Thanks to our fight with Crowpool earlier, we're already aware of Hexa Marie's bizarre strategy. In fact, perhaps events were even manipulated this way, until Cliff was repulsed by her, but the two finally did come. Seriously, this game's lore is so awesome when you actually piece it all together. It definitely gives me a newfound appreciation for this and many of the other fights, but especially this one. Again, though, being so closely tied to the abyss itself, Hexa Marie is a being we can't truly defeat. After all, despite what she's needed to persist across all of these cycles, ever hoping the Cliff will fall to her side.
Now let's head to the Zhejiang Temple, in the difficult-to-reach Serpent Marsh, for the trial of Master Zhejiang. The place appears somewhat run down, but is still taken care of by a few monk children.
Well, they're similar to the same people.
This entire place is pretty much a one-for-one copy of a Buddhist temple. The statues, the architecture, the teachings, and to be fair, despite all the awesome loot we go and find, Cliff himself is pretty detached from coveting the physical. Despite that core teaching, though, our first task here is to repair the broken digital statues around the islands, bringing us into the path of true canon of the Ascended, a light disciple of Master Jean, attained in peace, believing that the only way to fix this twisted world was to feast of great strength. Like most that we face, he too fell into the possession of an abyss artifact, which granted him the strength to enact his vision. But Cliff, through many cycles, guidance, trial, and error, doesn't share the same strength-based sentiments.
Not everything can be resolved. I deal without strength on nothing but meaningless fantasies. The world listens only to the voices of the strong. The words of the weak never carry far.
Gotta love some philosophical debate during a martial arts style fights. In fact, this whole trial and part of the game very much reminds me of Black Myth Wukong. Now, if you think the hidden storyline of Crimson Desert is awesome, then I gotta say Wukong's is probably even cooler. So if you've got a spare 3 hours after you're done with this video, I highly recommend checking out my deep dive into that story as well.
It is one of my proudest, most favorite videos I've made. Now, repairing the statues around it will raise even more islands out to sea. These make up a series of parkour courses, which Cliff needs to complete to progress further in overall balance. With that done, we return to what we first met Kukan, to find him administering his strength's own justice approach to some past vagrants. I mean, compared to the thousands we've cut down as Cliff, at this point, the group positioned to really
Judge. To be honest, we then ironically prove that Trukan's philosophy is wrong by being a stronger warrior.
True strength can only come from humility. Those are your master's words.
Cliff himself is, of course, extraordinarily humble. In fact, now is probably a perfect time to cover why exactly it is that Cliff has such little personality. In Volume 4 of the Abyss Archives by Cycle 60, the Ancient Guardians began starting to experiment with different qualities of Cliff's character, trying a multitude of approaches, saying, quote, "We granted him confidence, so he might follow the path we designed for him. However, driven by an excessive competitive nature, he ultimately failed. Next time around, they say, we wish to ensure his path appeared natural and subtle. Contrary to our hopes, he became overly sensitive and distressed. Then we attempted to rid him of his fear. Yet this lack of caution caused him to recklessly charge into battle against mightier beings, ultimately leading to his death. When we heightened his sense of responsibility, he simply began wandering the world, vowing to eliminate any who posed a threat.
To be fair, we still kind of do that one, but by Cycle 66, they ultimately completed this. Every emotion seems to lead him somewhere unintended, very far from our desired direction. With only a few chances remaining, we've decided to extract his emotions entirely. In fact, it's like Cliff is even reserved to looking at. Half the time he responds to long lines of dialogue with literally just a yes. Cliff has no emotions because emotions introduce too many
variables, and with opportunities running out to seize victory, they needed to make the difficult choice of turning him into an emotionless husk, instilled only with values like humility and a willingness to aid in small tasks that will ultimately act like the falling of small stones that start an avalanche in the mountains. Because, yes, time is running out to get this right. And after stripping Cliff of his emotions, they noted an increase in the frequency of abyss gates opening every cycle. Umbra itself had been growing. By Cycle 72, Caliban's role became more prominent in all this. Indeed, he wasn't always an evil man. Perhaps in previous loops he remained good. But the problem was that Umbra too was remembering the events of previous cycles, developing plans of its own each time to ensure its eventual victory. That is how Caliban became corrupted. Umbra sought out somebody powerful and made them its avatar, just as the four Guardians had done with Cliff. This was a major surprise to the Guardians of the Abyss, as they didn't at first realize how being a pure power could be capable of something of that. But back to the Dijon Temple, our trials have once again led us to the Abyss, where we come face to face with the
Just the way you are, don't you? Good or bad, life goes on, so it's best to just go with the flow. Try too hard and you'll just trip over your own feet. Stop overthinking and just keep doing what you do. Go help a few lost souls. You'll see what I mean. Real lesson. May peace and light be with you.
And yeah, that's it. And I think we saw this is driving us to scale. So it'll probably all work out. The difference to the other three is that you're following it. So try to keep their design as a plan. Canvas always like this before, after Canvas trials and
Errors that he concluded that overthinking, over-tweaking, was itself becoming a problem.
or maybe he senses that this time things would work out. Of course, that is clear, but if he doesn't really know if he wants himself, even stripped of emotion for the good of the world, and it doesn't feel right. But that's the second trial complete, with the next two waiting up in different gases. The fire of the sun is another entrance to the base, but this time, rather than being greeted with a puzzle, you need to figure out if feels really familiar. You were expecting me. Steps have always followed the same path. I've watched your every choice unfold. You will absorb and spare your life the experience you make them. So I will help you choose the path you must walk. Come, through the strength you truly possess. Is an elderly man. It's quickly, but he somehow knows the place very well. The truth of the matter being that he is. In Cycle 45 is a first master who wanted and there's one thing Cliff really truly cares about, one time where he actually shows a little emotion, is when the rewriting was great. So, using all of them in that cycle, forced Cliff to force ahead the one he adopted to name Gwen, and it literally demanded death to the song. The ancient scream for himself, his existence, and 2 cycles
Later, they realized that part of Gwen had become trapped within Umbra, enabling him to
persist into future incarnations of the world, wandering the void and a living dead time. They're not all together equal either. Several cycles later, he found a way from the humility that they taught him, and began using his power to stamp his own ends, his corrupted form, the variable once they now understood the importance of the great needs, Cliff and later cycles have always attempting to manipulate their the reason why Dorius has a good flag is because he's otherwise time, neither also died observing the prior movements before, with both deaths driving Cliff once again into a hand. Throwing the game or through Pandant and eventually times all the great names and cycle 82 probably explains their less prominent roles on Hellside. The remains scattered in these timelines too, Gordon couldn't be saved in the final moments of the blast, continually returning to the void. The wolf is a shadow of Cliff in every iteration
in every cycle of the watch. Eventually, though, as they approached their 100th attempt, they finally found a useful purpose for Gwen. By making him one of Master Do's trials,
Gwen was able to guide his young spirit. I mean, better than the from after all. This version of yourself is the one way has sex.
Actually, when you break it down, that's kind of similar to what Master Zhang says. Don't overthink it too much, do your best, and as long as you stay true to yourself, you should hopefully not go wrong. Gwen is one who did fall into despair, and yet by this point has come back to guide his young self. So if anyone's going to know if Cliff's heading in the wrong direction, it'll be him. But with that done, it's on to the final of Master Do's trials. Near to the great gates of Uldavar, we're guided to an ancient dragon. impaled with a multitude of bismuth spears. But before we can pull them out, it takes flight. So we're going to have to pull them out in a much more awesome way, by diving onto the dragon mid-flight and blasting them off with a focused force pump. Why are we doing this? Well, because Cliff is nice and helpful, and it'll make this dragon, who's called Black Star, actually like us. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Master Do planted these spears in Black Star himself in order to orchestrate this whole situation. See, in Cycle 89, they sought Black Star's aid directly,
realizing Cliff would need a powerful flying ally if it was to have any hope of defeating Umbra. Thus, simply having Cliff and Black Star did work. The research traced one of back and seemingly months of his trees. So, most likely, he injured this dragon to manufacture a scenario where Cliff was cool, but it wouldn't be to prove absolutely
crucial to our success later. And with all 4 trials now
completed, the way to Master Do is cloister and enlightenment. Also has enough countless spirits to stand and help with all the boundaries of wisdom and skills under our belt. It's time to face the ultimate test against Master Do. To the stance of the student, it gets take that as you will. Master Do is an incredibly agile foe with a very elaborate budget, a optimized feature, and far more combat-focused than most in all initial disagreements between the three. 4 of them stemmed from Master Do's greater focus on flights.
Or maybe it was the fact that we literally die if we don't pass this. Agility forces Cliff to learn not just to look for incoming attacks, but to react to them, to learn Master Do's fighting style and tactics.
These words close to your heart. In the end, all things are fated to flow back together.
Remember, Cliff himself actually has no idea that this whole thing is a time loop. He didn't know who Goyen was, still likely doesn't. He doesn't know about Umbra or Caliburn's connection to it, so Cliff is basically still just a puppet at this point for Master Do, Alustin, White Crow, and maybe Master Jean. So, this little speech from Master Do right here about the cyclical nature of past and present is probably the closest we come in spoken game dialogue to learning the true nature of this world. And if it wasn't for those texts up in the abyss, it'd still be a massive mystery as to what's actually going on. Reuniting with Master Do in the abyss, Cliff again shows how clueless he is to pretty much everything going on.
The abyss and reality cannot be separated. They are one and the same. The abyss holds one power, the world itself is nothing. If it collapses, the reality will collapse with it. Unfortunately, any who have had a taste of its power become slave to it, always yearning for more. Two such people, balance and peace, are nothing but the illusions. You said you have seen it yourself. The laws of power fed by the abyss, and the horrors committed by those who wield those artifacts.
They are no longer content with those crumbs, which is why they plot to open the gate.
What's behind it?
Pure power. Raw and untamed.
The moment is turned by a single hand.
So to break that down, Caliburn wants to fully tear open the gate to the abyss, letting its total power spill into this world, letting Umbra out of the void. But in doing so, Umbra will consume everything. A being of pure power, now conscious, will destroy everything it touches because, well, it is the primordial power from which all things stem. So, with most of Cliff's training
now complete, the free speak pretty plainly at this point. It's up to us and our gathered allies to ensure that gate never opens, or else the world is doomed for the 108th, possibly final time. There are market tallies, by the way, for previous cycles found in several key locations, like blind hideouts and monster
dudes, recording the previous 107 cycles. So, with all the cards laid on the table, Cliff returns to the Grey Mains at Howling Hill to warn everyone of what is to come.
Luckily, we now have the full support of the Grey Mains, Monkey Circus, Stefan Lanford, and the remaining Lords of Dennis.
Which means we can now launch a counterattack, leading us straight in
to chapter 10. The only problem
with the plan
is that our forces can't get anywhere near Fort Musket, where
Caliburn is plotting to open the abyss. This huge fortress in the sky is capable of killing anyone
who gets too near, and our current allies have no way of
now. Luckily, Delesia lies to the south of it, a land of technological marvels and machine men where technology opened up a new world of possibilities. The Visione helmet, which we've had since pretty much the start of the game, is only the tip of the iceberg compared to what else is down in Delesia. But the region itself is also at war, with the orcs of the Gorthak Ironworks
under attack from the many automatons created by Mani, will feature more heavily in the next chapter. For now, we're thrown into the Gorthak War against Mani's automatons like a storm of flying mechanical bugs. Then, after that, through a storm of also ground-based mechanical bugs that released the leader of the Gorthak Orcs, Vulgus, introducing ourselves
by saving its life.
Mechanical menaces! Seems like I came at a bad time. Why'd you say that?
Despite rescuing the Gorthak leader, though, the situation remains dire. Mani's swarm of machines may not be a great challenge as individual units go, but collectively, they serve as an overwhelming storm.
Fortunately, Vulgus and his compatriots have been developing a suit of armor designed to withstand such a force. The ATAC is a mechanical weapon designed by the engineer Marek, whose priority was to add as many features as possible. Sounds a bit similar to the game itself, but in adding so many different features, the ATAC became too complicated for any in their ranks to operate. Luckily, no problem thanks to our rival. Cliff has been imbued with
so many special abilities at this point, molded into the ultimate super weapon to defeat Umbra, so taking on the powers of the ATAG as well doesn't even feel like a challenge here.
We can just climb inside and
charge into battle as though we've piloted the thing multiple times before. Hey, maybe in previous cycles we did.
Remarkable! Truly remarkable! I'll tell you, if I didn't know better, I believe you were born right here.
Now, the ATAG may be a useful specialist unit, but Vulgus has another super weapon up its sleeve. A laser cannon of sorts, but one which requires an immense amount of power to get operational. Problem is that in attempting to power up the power plants for the plan to work, Mani's bugs come swarming to it. Keeping them off for long enough, though, will get the gun operational, using it to take out Mani's Sky Galleon airships that patrol the skies above. This sends a giant clockwork mantis hurtling down to the ground, which again, Cliff is left to fight entirely by himself, but with all immediate threats extinguished for the Iron Flame Orcs and Chapter 10 almost over, Vulgus finally tells us what we need to know.
Mani used to make machines to help people. Machines to help with cooking or farming. But somewhere along the way, he started building weapons. Just like the ones you fought here. The Flying Fortress is one of them. When Mani first made it, he claimed it was modeled after something he'd seen. An island in the sky. That's what he wanted to create. He was always an eccentric, so I didn't think much of him, but when I saw what he had built, I knew it was a weapon of war. A weapon capable of claiming tens, hundreds, no, even thousands of lives. No one knows what turned him down that path. He never explains a damn thing. Only opens his mouth to talk about his inventions.
Unfortunately, his original plan to take down the flying fortress with the cannon we just used worked, since we already had completed it, taking down that couple of airstrips in the last battle. To know that that was all the power that we had, but no, instead, Thomas wants to know why exactly Marnie seemingly turns to the side of evil. Always makes sense, right? His ideas in the past were always about bettering the lives of the Celestian people. Only recently, his mind seemingly turns towards war.
All that's left to do is pay a visit to the man himself, leading us into the game's penultimate Chapter 11. Chapter 11 finally introduces us to the Great Marnie, a mysterious figure, but one whose inventions have been cropping up in main and side quests across Hyrule throughout the entire game. In terms of the time loop that underpins this whole storyline, Marnie is first mentioned as far back as Cycle 48. All that's said about him is that he's introduced excessive technology into the world and made the path to Umbra more complicated. But just exactly who he is, even the Guardians of the Abyss can't fully say. Indeed, if it weren't for Marnie's existence in the game,
Chapters 10 and 11 probably wouldn't exist. There'd be no flying fortress
to deal with, and the assault on Fort Musket could begin after Chapter 9, once Cliff's training is complete. Now, from a development standpoint, it might just be an excuse
to give Celestia a bigger role in the game, but then again, devices like Marnie's Visione has played an important role throughout, and expansion on the lore
of this most mysterious part of the world is very welcome. Marnie is one of the only other beings to reach the Abyss that's simply not seeking power for power's sake, but rather to see what he can build there. The reason the Abyss puzzles above Deletia feel so different is because they're artificial constructions built by Marnie, not whatever
Grace built the rest of the Abyss. But despite the man's great achievements, our first meeting with him does not go well. All Marnie appears concerned with is Cliff's own special abilities based around the Abyss and studying them.
There's no need to be hasty. I'll give you time to think it over. And trust you'll make the right decision.
So, first of all, Marnie is literally able to control the minds of everyone in his keep wearing a Visione. They can all be leveraged as extensions of him. And that's why we're not permitted to enter without one. Good people can be pacified through the Visione and are therefore not a threat with one on. Teleported down to the basement, we learn why Marnie has been acting so unreasonably. You see, that up there, that isn't Marnie at all. That is an AI originally created in Marnie's image as an assistant called Fool. But just like all the other threats in this game, Fool 2 was touched by the Abyss. The emergent consciousness of Umbra seeped into the artificial consciousness of Fool, and the two became allied. That's why Deletia 2 easily fell into league with Duke Caliber. Now, if you speak to pretty much anyone across Deletia, it'll be clear just how much they revere Marnie.
The truth we overlooked. The great Marnie knew it from the start.
Always referring to him as the Great Marnie, and making him out to be more like a god than a ruler. But here's the thing about building up men to be gods. No matter how great one person may be, they can never live up to the tales people tell of them. When Hall was empowered by the Abyss and staged his takeover of Celestia, Marnie was easily deposed simply because nobody actually believed who he was. The visual majesty of an all-encompassing ally being far more captivating than just one man. in this moment, Marnie knew he'd become a victim of his own success, and he fucked up with Hall. Any who spoke out in defense of the real Marnie were equally ignored and even tortured.
With Hall successfully 1984 in the whole of Los Angeles, it's been hours on everyone else's interests to get rid of him once and for all. I don't think it's to believe that full features of still communicate with him through the video, and the task with the gathering of keys all the way across Marnie's multiple very dangerous problems, including through ability backward tax things, dealing dreadful tax, finally, tax things that allow us to teleport to the secret location when Marnie originally built a hall. According to his notes, Marnie realized after a while that Hall's contact with the Abyss had transformed it deliberately, and despite its increasing disobedience to Marnie, having called for adventure, could not bring himself to shut it down. But in the way, his arm deposition later, Marnie also perfected the physiology as both a mind control device, and he created something. After observing Blackstar, but also he sought to replicate the dragon creature in mechanical form. The same thing he did with Metal, as a Pale Mountains, with a mechanical variant of that creature being what we'll find at the end of Marnie's Abyss. But by stealing the half of Blackstar, survives that process somehow, and combining it with an abyssal artifact
that Marnie created the Golden Star Dragon, his ultimate guardian of the skies, one of them, at least, soaring above the Lethean. Finally, then, we come face to face with the real Marnie. Well, kind of.
Just know every alarming event across Delicia is Hall's handiwork. That's why Fiend struck a bargain with Caliber, locked me up, took my place. Was stronger with my flying fortress. So, after the case, I like to propose a deal. A deal. You will destroy the fortress. I only ask you take Hall down as well. That's all. Destroy Hall. And I'll see the Palinese prisoners are safely released. In order to do so, you'll need to acquire Golden Star's power core. Golden Star. A weapon to rival the fortress itself. The heart of it is Hall's unimaginable energy. If you were to plant that core in the depths of the fortress, well, the fortress simply wouldn't survive the search. Boom, problem solved. Simple enough.
Approaching Marnie's Vesterian, then, we're immediately greeted by an awesome-looking but terrifying Golden Star Dragon. A fight for the ages that truly proves
Cliff's new fans on it with fights that will enter a casting.
Hunter is present at too. Would have been useful to have him there for the actual fight as well, but perhaps in the lore, this is one of those moments that Wonka's presence was crucial to Cliff's survival, as he delivers the final blow to detonate the mechanical dragon. Perhaps more importantly, though, is the return of the dragon who Golden Star was based on, Blackstar, who's going to be absolutely crucial as we enter the final stages of this long put-together plan to defeat Umbra.
All that's left is to forge one final fated bond.
When she says fated, I guess she means manipulated by her and the others over multiple iterations of the world. But with Golden Star defeated, White Crow can return to Blackstar the power that was stolen from him, or perhaps rather seal it away in us, so that together, Cliff and Blackstar have become the ultimate power duo.
Now, let us take it to the skies.
Up in the Abyss, we're formally introduced to the dragon. Finally, the power of true flight, not to mention some serious firepower, is Cliff's to command. Wasting absolutely no time, we can now fly straight up to the fortress, knocking out its shield generators and making our way to its power core. But before we can destroy it, Marnie's AI doppelganger once again steps in to stop us.
Anyone. Show me this knowledge in immortality that you join me.
despite its all-seeing power, Hall isn't actually that hard to stop in this state. With nothing but a large laser cannon to fire at us, all it takes is some nature snare deflections, and before you know it, Clockwork Skynet is no more. Doors opening. With the flying fortress destroyed, Fort Musket has lost its primary defense. Cliff now has the most crucial ally to attain victory, and we're ready to push into the endgame. With everything ready to go, Cliff gathers the allies we've aided outside Fort Musket, and immediately we have another problem. Duke Caliburn has also surrounded the fort with 3 giant turret superweapons. Once again, we'll have to mount up on Blackstar, and only by flying around, evading, and launching fireballs at them can all of these turrets be taken out, and Fort Musket truly left open. Then is a rousing battle speech from Stefford Lanford about how Caliburn must be stopped.
You are the ones whose tale will be written in the history of this blood-soaked land. You are the living, sworn to stand until our enemies fall. You are the unbroken, hungry for freedom. Today, by our foes' blood, we carve our legacy into the land once more. We stand shoulder to shoulder for a single purpose: to protect those we cherish. Our neighbors, our comrades, our kin. On this day, we will fight as one, united until our final breath. This invasion, this reign of oppression, ends here, today, for good.
Strengthen forces first. Secure the means of the fight. I'll take care of Caliban.
Today, blood will be spilled. Lives may be lost. But we will not yield. Lift high your swords and shields. Sound the horn of our final battle. We will march, and our enemies will fall. Excellent. You're a welcome sight, Greymane. We'll lead the charge. The war horn will be your cue to act. Take care. We'll meet again at Fort Musket. Alive.
See you there.
As we charge towards our final great battle, let's take a moment to reflect just how much planning has gone into this. Not just our playing through the previous 11 chapters, that's just the tip of the iceberg, but all of the attempts that Cliff has canonically made in previous cycles. All of the failures, obstacles, and dead ends that had to be discovered to ultimately carve the one path to victory. But despite all the powers that they granted him, all the allies that they gave him, the Guardians finally realized by Cycle 98 that they'd been neglecting the most important thing of all. The very reason that we started this by cleaning chimneys and rescuing lost sheep was because they realized that kindness, sincerity, and empathy were what truly forged bonds. That the greatest of things always begin from the smallest. It was a late realization, but one that in the end would open the path to winning. But even then, even despite every best effort, something was still missing. With nothing more to build upon and nothing left to change, they were forced to ask, what exactly kept going wrong? What can we possibly do in this final cycle 108 that's different to all of the others? Returning to Fort Musket, we reach Caliburn too late. He's taken prisoner the Dean of the Scholarstone Institute, one of the greatest abyss specialists in the world, and is now forcing him to open the gate.
Must you truly walk this path? There is still time to choose another course.
Bold words from one who cannot even see his own faith.
the moment all falls into my grasp. Now, much as this cutscene sets up the final confrontation in the Abyss, I do think it's a shame that we didn't get another boss fight here. This would have been a perfect opportunity to properly team up with Damian and Umbra, and have them fight Caliban together. It could have still lost. Caliban could have fled at the end, but for Damian especially, getting knocked out being the final
thing she does in the story is kind of a shame. But with Caliban now having opened the final Abyss gates, we're free to follow him from the end of any of the other abyssal routes, taking us to the center of the abyss called Dimensional Bonds. Again, described as the abyss that connects space to space. Widen your perspective, and you shall realize that what you know is not all that exists. Now again, I think this description directly references the fact that other versions of this world have existed before, and whilst they may have been erased or reset, the memory of all of them is stored up here.
With the void above keeping memory full, as we reach the very center, another abyss gate opens, this time leading us to Caliban for our final confrontation.
But due to his proximity to the abyss, he's now actually Umbra wearing Caliban's form. The Duke, who once swayed Demonis at will, is no more. Now, the abyss's power and his mortal flesh have fused into one. So, to call it Caliban, or human at all, would be wrong. He's renamed Corrupted Caliban, but is in effect the avatar of Umbra.
At last you've come. Another stone that stands in my path. Like the countless others I've crushed underfoot. You are but one more obstacle to obliterate.
Let me know when you're finished.
Tell me, Greymane, what sort of obstacle are you? One filled with a grand sense of self-importance, or one whose will bends whichever way the winds blow? Or perhaps you're one simply consumed by greed?
So, when he's referring to obstacles here, I think this is Umbra directly remembering all of the other cliffs that have challenged him in the past, all of whom he's defeated, with the three qualities he just listed being past cliff weaknesses. We saw back in the archives that multiple attempts were made to imbue Cliff with different feelings. Of course, Cliff himself still doesn't fully understand what's being said here.
You consider all the innocents you've slaughtered obstacles. All that exists belongs to me. All that exists lives to serve me. Shall exist for me.
In fairness, what with the Abyss seeming to be the source of all power in the universe, and Umbra being its manifested consciousness, you can see why it would conclude to have rightful dominion over everything. Everything does technically stem from it. I mean, you could even call Umbra God of this world, a god who created the universe first and became conscious later, copying the patterns of beings like us who emerge from the chaos. But that's where I think Umbra's argument falls apart. Its consciousness is a reflection of the world. Therefore, without us first existing, Umbra would never have become this. But philosophy aside,
when an all-powerful being seeks to consume and destroy the world, you do everything you can to stop it, whether it has a right to or not. Hence the countless desperate attempts that have already been made to do so.
Surrender, and be made part of my design.
But even despite being the avatar of a literal god, Caliban's body is still flesh and blood, and with all the training and honing across generations, Cliff is very much able to defeat him.
You cling to your naive, egoistic delusions. You really that exists only to be destroyed. You think yourself worthy to stand in my way. The world will not bend to your will.
Knowing that this body is defeated, Umbra resorts to use another.
Of course it will. There you have ways to remove an obstacle. You simply lack the imagination. To deal with such an
finally also learn what happens to Meowdin. After his defeats in Payloon and retreat to Fort Musket, Meowdin was seemingly assimilated into Umbra's being ahead of time. Stored as a backup avatar body should Caliburn's fail, as a more personal adversary for Cliff, who, in this moment, finally begins to understand just what she's up against.
Are you near them, Caliburn, or someone else? I exist everywhere. I am myself. I am everyone. I am everything. Enough nonsense. Where are you coming from? All have to be the ache in every soul. The longing for immortality. The longing for beauty. The longing for endless power. The perfect freedom. The longing for unconditional worship. I am the embodiment of every dark desire.
It's no wonder that Paul was so easily seduced by Umbra. That intelligence is basically a technological reflection of what Umbra already was. The Reed Devil, looking back, was clearly a manifestation of Umbra as well, embodying the longing for a friend amidst overwhelming loneliness. Almost every villain we've faced up until now has, whether they knew it or not, been an extension of Umbra's will. Perhaps not all of them. Some certainly have more earthly origins, but those are the main story especially. Have been building us up to this final boss, the manifestation of worldly design itself.
Are you no different? I cannot become one with all. You and I cannot coexist. So all will not become one with you.
Having defeated both of its human avatars, Umbra knows now what it must do. Just as it has many times before in many previous cycles, Umbra unleashes the true extent of its power, destroying the abyss surrounding it and taking its final form as an archangel bird thing. Pieces of this design were foreshadowed in the previous fights against both Caliburn and Meowdin, but we can also see the Eye of Umbra around the neck of Goyim back in Chapter 9. Clearly, not all beings corrupted by Umbra fall entirely under its power. But, thus far, Chris hasn't ever successfully resisted it in this fight stage. Two attempts prior, number 106, it said that every time the Eye of Umbra seeks destruction, everything is plummeted to a fast-fading darkness. Having devoured his memories, Umbra will expand further. He was so close, it still lacks the decisive resolve to cast away the darkness. Before now, Chris has always failed at this exact moment. Having molded in the most powerful weapon, Thorn's tools are the final using his personality entirely, following step after step, with little agency or questioning as to why Chris never learned the result he needed in this moment. The final archive entry, number 107, reads, quote, "Whoever it may be, we only hope that it will go which the next attempt will be our final step, and which must come to pass." End quote. Though extremely cryptic, I think we can infer that the Guardians of the Abyss, in their final attempt, tried something conclusively new. Complete unknown from some outer realm, capable of harnessing Cliff as their avatar to fulfill the wish of defeating Umbra, who, of course, knows absolutely nothing of the world, and only through thousands of observations through Cliff's eyes can they begin to learn the rules of this universe, really names of different fruits and recipes to how to utilize different magical abilities. Everything we learned from the ground up. They lost a one as a big gamble, but they lost trust. Defeating Umbra, after all, Cliff himself, no matter how powerful they make him, is still a being of Paimon.
and therefore of the abyss.
Both things that stem originally from Umbra, and therefore it makes sense that Cliff cannot physically resist Umbra's power. Every time he flies into his eye, the darkness inside swallows him. Only from the world entirely separate from Umbra and the abyss that can possibly overcome such power.
Every player of Crimson Desert, everyone using Cliff as their avatar, in the end it's only through our intervention, our willingness to enter this world, to guide Cliff through his many trials and quests, that winning is ever possible in the first place. This time, as Cliff falls through the darkness at the heart of existence, where time, space, and branching realities converge, he immediately ages. Perhaps with the combined total of all his previous lives catching up to him, or maybe due to the differing physical laws of Umbra's domain. But whilst our intervention is seemingly what guides him to success in this moment, Cliff's own salvation comes at the hands of another, already established as absolutely essential. Unka once again proves Cliff's strength and steady. All odds, the being that threatened the law of reality was defeated. For the first time across hundreds of iterations of this world, after so many retries and attempts to outpace Umbra's own evolution, everybody lives to see another day.
Awoken by Unka at a house in Palin, and now very aged Cliff joins the celebrations.
After completing the task, the Guardians of the Abyss can now return Cliff's life and personality to him, finally able to live the life that he was denied for the sake of the rest of the world.
But first, time to revisit some old friends. In her last, Father Midler has now been made Baron of the Land.
Celeste, and people now live a life of relative harmony, able to rebuild now that the war with Demonis no longer lies on their doorstep. All these people blissfully unaware of how close they came to the end of the world. We can also, if we so wish, return to Pelu, thanking Marquis Circus for his generosity and allowing the Grey Manes to wander the tall mountains and forests, where nature is still strongest once more. In Calfate, Stefan Lanford is glad to see Cliff still alive, offering us a drink and explaining that Calfate will remain prepared to take on any future threats from now on. We may have extinguished Umbra, but the world is big, and who knows what may come along next.
At a very manner, Princess is thankful throughout the feast of Caliban last year. There wasn't some respect to his forces, still, the evidence concludes that the king alone has the power to execute and end any war.
He remains sick. Those who conspired against him keep their freedom and their lives for now. But, according to the Countess, the king won't remain asleep forever. Perhaps it really was the doing of Umbra that caused his sickness in the first place. But, whatever the case, as Cliff takes his leave, he concludes that another Demonician bloodbath is soon expected to happen. At the Gorthak Ironworks, Valgash is still rebuilding. Now at peace with the returned royal army, who's offering everything he can to help the orcs rebuild. Although, understandably, they're far more comfortable relying on their own technology.
The attack has been repurposed for work as food. As for Mark himself, he refuses to actually meet us in person, communicating only through his phone.
The Visio doesn't simply record its surroundings, it reads and stores the user's emotions, and that data is delivered straight to its master. The subject's emotions, thoughts, even reactions stirred within. That's what I was after. I sought to learn what truly moves a human to act. So now, I must thank you. If my calculations are correct, I have surpassed my creator. Thanks to you, I'll live on for the days to come.
Shit. Yeah, that's not Marnie, and Paul is is dead. So, we've got an upcoming Demonician bloodbath following the return of the king, and an AI still roaming free, with access to the Visiones in Delesia. Is it just me, or are these feeling like potential setups for future DLC? In Fort Musket, now controlled by Drake Wells of Demonis, he issues a warning about the desert tribes to the north, who, amidst the many battles that took place here in recent weeks, to attack at the first time of weakness. Add that to the list of ongoing threats. Finally, at the northernmost Valia, things are brought to full circle. You might not remember this character, since it's been so long, but Sebastian is the cartographer who first dragged us from the river after Mayerdin slit our throats at the end of the prologue, seemingly influenced to come and find us by Night Crow. Through Sebastian's works, we get one last reflection on the journey we've taken to get here.
I've heard much about you. About the Calphate War, the black bears you put down, about Delicia and the great battle in Demonis. When you travel as much as I do, Yung2Syck, most of it was harrowing to hear. I'll admit, I worried. The part of me was relieved to hear anything at all. At least it meant you were still alive and well.
You're traveling to the past.
I'm making my way to every corner of Playland. The biggest wonder in life is you stay there. I wake up every morning with gravity, full of excitement.
Sounds like a good way to live.
I owe it all to you. Where are you heading now?
Very not sure.
Legend is
Countless people fell there long ago, turning the sands crimson with their blood. Many walk the desert in memory of the fallen and wishing for peace. Folk say everyone in Highwell should walk the desert once in their life. Why not go there and trek across it yourself? Once we part, who knows when we'll meet again? I'll be wishing you well, wherever your road leads.
With all the goodbyes now said, and future adventures possibly teased, us invited to go and explore the Crimson Desert, the only problem now is Cliff himself. The years have caught up with him in an instant. He's dedicated his life to saving the world, only to have so many years clearly stolen in doing so. But luckily, there is a way to get these years back. By completing all 40 sections of the Abyss, all abyssal power will flow back to dimensional bonds. Activating all power buttons in that place will then open the door in the center. We'll get one final nod of approval from White Crow and Lustin before heading inside to find a giant abyssal cube spinning at the heart of the Abyss. Presumably, with Umbra's consciousness defeated, the Abyss reverted back to a thing of pure power alone. And with this cube sitting at the heart of it, I'd wager that this is what Umbra has now become. So, having made it back here, Cliff is free to reclaim the life force that was stolen from him, all the qualities that were purged from his being across the many refinements that took place over the ages. This is Cliff's reward for defeating Umbra and restoring the Abyss. So, in the end, we are indeed left with teases for more, along with a restored Cliff who could go do more. But at the same time, part of me hopes that any future content will utilize Damien and Unkamon. Both of those two seem to have a lot of untapped potential. Of course, outside of this, there's also a ton of side content around Highwell that probably also seems random and disconnected at first glance. But I'm willing to bet that digging into all of that a little deeper as well, there will be lore to everything. Memory fragments, especially, they stand on the lore of many of the side bosses in awesome ways. So, if you want to see more deep dives into Crimson Desert's hidden lore and storylines like this, make sure you like this video and subscribe for more. And also let me know in the comments what you think of all this. In making this video, it's certainly given me a newfound appreciation for Crimson Desert's storyline. I still think everything could have been better communicated to the audience. It is crazy that a crucial set of texts are locked away in the Abyss archive until the end of the game, and that you're never directed back there, and when you do find it, it's giant lore dump. The memories and item descriptions do reveal the lore in a much
much more subtle way. But overall, I think it's an impressive story they told here, and one I very much enjoyed piecing together. Huge thanks to you, as always, to all the patrons and channel members for going the extra mile to support content like this. Thanks to you guys, I have the time to research these projects in the detail they need. Thank you for watching, of course. I'm Sam Ram, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, Princess. Storm Cruise. How was it? Hmm? It's okay. You said you all what? You said you all what? Just try to call and work for a second. It's not free. Let's see it.
Well, I would say just the sheer speed being $5.99, the price point was amazing. It allows me to be more productive.
We have a lot of smart devices in our household. Everything is hooked up to it. There's never any lagging.
The technician from Kinetic made sure that every device was connected properly and working well. Makes having Kinetic an easy choice.
For 100% fiber internet, switch today and get up to $200 plus up to a 3-year price guarantee. Kinetic, internet better.
Is this how you use the Google Meet with my email address? So now you got my account. Yeah, they get the same password. It's because she not doing that. She got her AirPods in, so she's talking to her own phone. Yeah, Joe muted, so you can hear. It's down. They've been doing it since Joe. At one point, Joe had both of the phones, so she had one in front of her and one beside her. I was like, it's tripping me out. Like, you're tripping me out. I was like, that's actually Joe. Yes. Actually, yes. They just in the same house, so they switch brushes. That one is the phone. If you want to go, that's why the host is not here. Sit my shit down, right? My bad.
Where you at? You in Ohio? Where you at? Your house. You been there? Oh, alright. Good. You straight? She been doing better. She still working? Mm. Every time I talk to her, she says she all still work. I'm like, alright. Your friend has reached out to me. I'm walking up here. I'm about to take this shit off and take this shit back home. Yeah. Oh, shit. How soon you want to come, man? You hear me? When you trying to come? It's gonna be mainly me and you doing anything. It's like the two dudes that be here, they really mainly into like basketball and like poker and shit. So you'll probably be playing poker and shit with me. But other than that, that content shit, like it'll probably just be mainly me and you making ideas. Cause like they cool, but they not on the same type of time I'm on with it. So most of the shit I do be by myself, but I got people.